coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork.
Welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome to session number 25 of the Salamander Coast campaign. Whew, it is so awesome to be here. I think that I know I'm excited to see what they decide to do with the rest of this dungeon here, and I hope everybody else spread out against the ether in the Discord here is excited as well. Yeah, so thank you everybody for tuning in. There are so many of you in the chat already, which is like friggin' sick. So thank you for that. Super duper excited to play today. But first things first, as always at the beginning of every single session, I know I sound like a broken record, but gotta give thanks to the people who, D&D Beyond is showing that's right. Yeah, let me fix that real quick. Sorry, that's the one downside of doing 3 different campaigns is, not only is there a lot you have to plan for, but when you're live streaming it, there is so much stuff to manage, like little things like that. But like I was saying, thank you to the artists who do work for the show, whether that be Lisa or Gemma, who are actually part of the Isles of Iverion campaign, or for Andy Romanchek or PT Dat for the character art that they do for the show. Okay, it should be Salamander Coast now. Yep, there it is. Wait, you might have to refresh the stream. I did select Salamander Coast though. So, thank you to them. Andy Romanchek doing the character art for the people beneath me here, for like all of the characters in the stream and the character art that's going around on those slides over to my side over there. And then for PTDAT for doing just miscellaneous NPC art, whenever it is needed for the campaigns. So thank you to those people. They're awesome. They're great. Thoroughly enjoyed them. And let's see. Is there anything else? Did I miss anything aside from the overlay?
Speaking of the overlay, I don't know why, but it shows Keothi's picture and name, not Desmond's. At least for me.
Oh, there's a little thing that you can switch over to the rest of the
is
party.
there?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a second tab.
Yeah, because
You and I are on that one.
we're also missing Bianca and Ashima. So, yeah, it's not
I
just
see.
you,
My
Desmond.
My screen has Cecily, Keothi, Poe, Bianca, Ashima, and not me, and then me on the next one.
Oh, that's weird.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry. My bad. I now understand where your perspective was coming from there. I see the big red button, and I'm not sure what it's doing. Oh, that's weird. Maybe refresh your page and see if it comes up after that. Comes up after you refresh it, especially since I just changed it. Might be acting a little weird.
Yeah, I had to refresh mine.
Yeah, as with most technology things, they tend to act a little weird. Okay. Was there anything else that I needed to say? I don't think so. What should I see? If you hover over the, let's see, right side of the screen, it should be a little D&D Beyond overlay where you can see the character's artwork and then their stats. If you click on it, it'll actually take you to D&D Beyond, I think, and show you what their stats are, what they have selected for their characters, all that good stuff. It's at least hopefully what you should see. It'd be a little sad if I set up the extension and then nothing was popping up. But I guess we'll see what happens. Okay, well, that's that. Hopefully that's working for everybody now. It might be also, if you're on mobile, it might not work. Like if you're on a tablet or on a phone, it might not work. You might need a mouse to hover over everything. But I think with that, I think that we can roll the intro and we can get started. So let's roll the intro and get started.
Life it is.
Yeah. All right, and we are back.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we are. The only other thing, as you can probably hear, is that music is not something from a video game. That is actually music that was composed by a friend of the show, Luca and Julia. I just linked their Facebook page in the chat if you want to go check them out. Luca actually composed that music for us, specifically for the channel. He's pretty cool. Go check him out. With that, let's go ahead and dive in to tonight's episode of The Salamander Coast. So, last we had left off. Nice. Wait a second. Sorry, I wanted the music to play. There we go. What? Okay. Well. Whoa. Alrighty. Sorry. blew my ears off with how loud it was. So, last we had left off, our intrepid group of adventurers, after becoming outlaws in the nation of Bella Clara due to a very clear misunderstanding, the party found themselves stranded in the wilderness of Bella Clara, hoping to find answers or just a path they could take that would lead them to somewhere where they wouldn't be arrested and accused of being terrorist. You know, something that most people want out of life. So the party ended up finding a group of also adventurers, members of the Brotherhood, the same people that they were accused of being found them in the woods and offered to travel with them, asked if they would be willing to help them get back to where they needed to be. And the party, being the kind-hearted people most of them being kind-hearted people, they decided to agree. There were a few groans here and there, but all in all, they decided that it was their best and really only chance. So, after several days of travel and getting to know this brotherhood better, they eventually arrived at the Echo of Coldober, a ruined keep that, according to Keothi, was in fact built by Goliaths, her people. But the one thing that was bothering Keothi when she arrived, your Goliath traveling companion, and an odd one at that, not just because of her love of books and knowledge, as that's not uncommon around members of Clan Anakalathai, but her hair. Long, brown locks of hair that draped down to about her mid-back. Very, very, very uncommon for Goliaths. Rare indeed. And she told you that the architecture and the way that these buildings were made in the Echo of Coldober, as they call it, this abandoned, partially destroyed keep, that it was of the design of her people, but her people don't leave their mountain. Only people like her leave the mountain. People born with hair. It's their purpose. So, knowing that information, you make a promise to her that you'll investigate that further. But before you can, in the middle of the night, while thinking that you are safe and rested and inside the walls of this keep, that the enemies that you've made can't get to you, one still wriggles his way into your minds. A high elf cultist by the name of Daku, a member of the Dark One cult, a group destined and dead set on freeing or rising from the dead or doing something to bring back the Dark One, hoping to embrace him and gain something from him. There's still many questions about Daku and his purposes and what he wants with all of you and what the Dark One wants in general, but the only place where you can go to get answers is from Daku himself. And when Daku came to you in that dream-like state, he told you where he was, and that he wanted to see you. So, you took him up on his offer, and you left. You went where you weren't supposed to go, into the keep, and you descended down into the ruins of this Goliath citadel, hoping to find some answers, and hoping to find Daku himself. Now, you didn't go in here alone. Of course, you came with Keothi, your Goliath traveling companion, but you also came with a drow man by the name of Luthieus. Luthieus being a paladin of Elistreyi, the twin god of the drow, a goddess of moonlight and redemption, as opposed to of darkness and spite and fear, like her twin Loth is. One who claims to see dark and want to try and bathe it in moonlight. At least, it's what he claims. Keothi has her suspicions, but Keothi has also been suspicious of most people you've encountered. So, all of you make your way into the ruins, and needless to say, the caves and caverns and ruined halls have been full of horrors that, well, all of you wished you could unsee. Whether it be half-human, half-giant spider creatures that climb upon the walls and inject venom into their enemies' veins, or face-hugging monsters that are all slimy, boneless tentacle with sharp razor fangs, or giant undead Goliaths that are filled to the brim with spider eggs that release and crack open upon death. Regardless of what exactly it is, all of you wish you could unsee it. But sadly, there is still so much more to go. So, making your way through the ruinous keep, the last thing that you accomplished was killing those 2 Goliaths and several of those other spider creatures and these odd, sharp-fanged and sharp-nailed troglodytes, creatures of chaos and darkness. You cleared them out, and you found what seems to be a great hall, with one throne at the far end and mosaic walls on either side, depicting the mountain where Keothi was from, Chuindilar, the Hearthstone. From there, those Goliaths leaving, going to what looks to be a large mountain, but in the center of it, flame, fire, light. And then from there, moving to a land of pine trees, where they erected keeps and towers, and where they lived. At least, that is where the mosaic ended, and you shiver at the thought as to what the next panel of that mosaic would say if it was still there. But that was the last thing that happened. After a brief conversation between Cecily and Keothi, the 7 of you now reunite in the center of this grand hall. Mosaics on either side, pathways in front of you that are unexplored. With that, I pass the torch. So, the runaways. What do you wish to do?
Well. Yep. I'm kind of trying to find a path that doesn't lead to death and chaos, but I think that's what we're working with.
Let's run straight into
approximately how long have we been down here?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I think that, let's see, probably about let's see, you first got down, then you took a short rest after that combat. Then you left. I'd probably say maybe 2 hours.
So it's
That's
still
not that bad.
That's not bad.
after pre-noon-ish times.
Yeah, here, let me the date here is
All right, we got the clock thing.
Yeah. So it is probably, yeah, it's about noon right now. I need to change the time though.
Okay.
Forget about that guy.
Well, the way I see it, there's forward through the building, or there's continuing to the east down in the cave system. This path over here.
There's that one area. I guess that's what you're referring to. My bad.
So,
yeah.
So I think you marked this one, but I think I saw it very last minute. That way,
Yeah.
Or like back this way?
Pretty much. I think those are the main options we have at the moment.
I think either
before
way.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Cameron.
No, you're good. I was just gonna ramble. You're good, man.
I was going to ask, does this count as a short rest?
I recall us opting out to press on before we do more noise. But I might be recalling wrong.
I think
Yeah,
you're
we
right.
do have just a large flaming beacon a couple 100 feet south of us.
Yeah, and completely,
there is
Not
that.
even that much.
completely surrounded by tunnels too.
And I don't think anybody is. Now that I'm not half or a quarter warlock, I don't need any more short rests. Fuck short rests.
I'm at half health, which isn't
Yes.
great, but if I'm the only one at half health, I think we're okay. You
Mhm.
know, like we don't
Yeah.
have to take a short rest.
I guess, yeah.
Does anyone besides me have healing for Felicity?
Keothi probably still does.
I think she does, yeah.
Desmond does, but he doesn't, I guess, necessarily know that he does yet. I'm trying to think of the best way to roleplay that. I do have cure wounds prepared, though. I can Is Bianca like noticeably hurt at the moment?
Probably. At least, I mean, she's not like limping, but she definitely took some hits.
Well, okay. Well, Desmond is going to walk up to her and just to check up on her, and so he's gonna walk up, see a couple of like bruises or gashes or whatever, and say, "Are you doing okay, Bianca?" And he's gonna lay his hand across your shoulder where he sees kind of a bigger bruise, just to kind of look at him. That's kind of nasty looking, and a little like divine, or not divine, I guess, but you see this little trickle of like this warm yellow light kind of creep through his scales, moving a little bit to his fingertips, and Cure Wounds will go, and I will cast Cure Wounds onto Bianca. So let's see if this works. Cast a spell.
Oh, it worked. Bianca, take your 6 hit points.
Woo! Thank you.
Nice.
And then Desmond will kind of like jerk his hand back and look at his hand and be like, "Well, that's
Well, I'm
weird."
I'm doing better now. Did you know you could? How long have you been able to do that?
I have no clue.
Interesting.
And Desmond, if Cecily is looking, he will shoot kind of a sideways glance towards in her direction. Just a small one.
She will smack you with a mage hand.
Okay. So, with that, take a moment. Bianca, you feel that evocative magic begin to course through your wounds. Literally, because Cure Wounds is an evocation spell, literally pulling magic from the divine planes of good and health and putting that into you, which is ultimate irony considering what you just were about 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Or about 5 minutes ago. Literal hellhound werewolf. But feels good. You can feel some of those wounds begin to close, that internal bruising and bleeding begin to stop, and some health is restored. So, from that, Luthien would probably at that point approach and say, "So then, where are we going next? As I said, I have not been in this far yet. When I came in the first time, it was that first," and you see him shudder a little bit at the idea, that first spider creature. And not much further than that. So, where all do you think is best? You all have had better luck than I did when I first came down here.
Poe was kind of standing there. He was cleaning his blade a little bit, but was also looking at this wall over here. And he's going to say, "I think if we're looking for any answers, we should probably keep checking out this building." So my vote is to continue forward before we look at the cave.
Very good. Let us move forward then. So he's just gonna start moving forward and then get about here and see that nobody's moving.
Yeah, I'll come along with him. I just can't see, so I shouldn't be leaving. I need a seeing eye drow.
I drow.
So as you make your way over there, as you make
Are you serious?
as you make your way over there, you can see that it looks to be a a very large throne is right in the center area right here. And off to each side, it looks like those were once storerooms of some kind, but they've just been completely wiped clean and removed any type of valuable possessions at all.
Well,
Looks like we're
Seems
back
that
to the
the-
caves.
yeah, the path was decided for us.
Do we
Um,
want to backtrack
Yeah, I have
or
a
keep
question.
moving?
So, you had a question?
Yeah, is there any way you can tether Maggie's thing to Desmond so that I don't have to be moving both of them around? If not, that's okay. It's just a minor inconvenience.
You can select both whenever you.
I can?
Yeah, like so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
How
move
do you
Maggie.
do that?
If you like left click and drag, well, why'd Maggie move there? If you like left click and drag and like hover over both of you, you can move both at the same time. Yeah, there you go.
Wait, now did that work? No. Left click and drag.
Yeah, so you like as if you were highlighting multiple files. It's like you don't want to.
I guess I just.
Like you don't want to select
Ah!
anything. It's okay. Like you don't want to select anything. You just want to like left click and
Uh-huh.
drag and like highlight. You know.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, well, that still didn't work. Do I have to drag it? Sorry that I'm taking up time.
No,
for
it's okay.
this.
You should. It's like selecting multiple files on like
All right, well, because I'm getting the left click and drag, but then
Okay.
when I do it, it's like.
Okay, here's what I can do. Instead of this, okay, Maggie's got her own thing, so I'll just delete Maggie, and then whenever you need her, we'll throw her down.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Sorry that I was just not making that work.
That's okay. Technology is hard sometimes.
Before we leave, can I look around for any like? It's kind of gamey, but can I like look around for any hidden passages or traps or scan the room for stuff?
Yeah. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
I'm probably not the best for this, but
Ooh.
yeah, I can't see shit.
Yeah, no. As you're looking around, all you're really getting is those murals and tracing your fingers over them and going up to each one of the pillars. Some of them toppled, some of them still standing, but you're just getting the same vibe from everything, that it's old, decrepit, and whatever is important to you here is probably waiting ahead of you, not in this room.
Okay.
Desmond was just chilling out over here. I don't know if anybody saw that there was a pathway up over here as well. And I just missed you guys having that conversation. But there is a pathway where Desmond's at right now. Through an it's like a more cavey area that I think was collapsed. But so Desmond will wave everybody over here to take a look at this path that's down here.
Oh,
All right, maybe if we're
That's
all
a-
going.
that's a tunnel.
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
Poe's going to go up to this entrance and kind of study what may have broken down this wall and compare it to what he'd seen when we fought the spider.
Yeah. Go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Yeah.
13. Okay. It's it looks very similar to the way that the doorways back in that first room were worn down from that giant bulbous humanoid spider-like creature moving through just time after time, knocking off bits and pieces of stone until it's just a smooth surface. It's very similar to what it looked like.
Okay. Yeah, then Poe's going to warn everyone. We may run into another one of those things. I'm not for sure, but this could have definitely been caused by them.
I'm not going to go too far. I'm just looking what's down here.
While we're traveling, Bianca's going to make sure she's keeping an eye on Luthien, but she also, whenever she's around Ashima, is just kind of like a little bit more uncomfortable than she normally is. and it's kind of noticeable.
Yeah, Shima's not going to pay her any mind. Like, we're talking freezing cold shoulder.
As we're walking through this, Joe, do we hear anything?
I think
Roll real quick. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
I think we've committed to this path.
Yeah, definitely. It's way too far to back out, honestly.
Ooh,
So,
dirty 20.
what you can hear, Poe, generally coming from down here, southward of the path, and coming from around this edge right here, you can almost hear the sound of like fire crackling.
Okay. Poe's going to put his arm out like immediately. And then he's going to put his one finger up to his mouth towards everyone. I hope they can see him do that.
Yeah, I think almost everybody except for Ashima has some type
Well,
of dark vision.
I do have the torch here, so
Oh,
that
yeah.
should help.
Yeah, that's right.
And Poe is going to kind of hint to Desmond to kind of send Maggie forward.
Desmond is going to message Poe and say, I'm gonna go myself. I think Maggie can be a little clumsy sometimes. I'll just peek around the corner. If I don't see anything, I'll send her down a little bit further.
He's going to nod.
So I'm going to stealthily make my way over here.
Okay, make a stealth check.
Bam!
Do it. Do it there, bud. Come on, bud. Roll stealth.
Stealth.
Oh, man.
Oh no.
Okay. All right.
That's horrible.
No!
So, Desmond, you continue on sneaking as best you can. However, the thing you don't notice until you get to the end of the hall, or the end of the cavern, is that you never actually dismissed Maggie. You're still so used to it. It's not that there's anything wrong with the way that you're moving, but you notice the smell by the time you get to the end of the cavern. But luckily, as you get to the end, you can start to piece together that it seems as though, at least to the northwest over here, this area seems to lead back to that same hole you were in earlier.
Okay.
And to the right, it just leads into a further cavernous hallway.
Okay. I will go back up, and he drops stealth, knowing that the coast is mostly clear, and I'll walk back up and just say, it's another circle, so it's just to the west is the cavern where we just were, and I think we only have one way to go now, unless we want to go back where we came.
Well, thanks for looking. Better safe than sorry. I was just going to kind of shrug and... Yep.
If I
Well,
may,
if we're
Scorpion?
here- If we're here, we might as well just continue on that way, right?
I'm not sure if any of you wish to go back to the room with the sarcophagi. I know that we are looking for those stones. So, if we are looking for them in there, then that is probably the most likely place where one would be. Right?
What makes you say that? Was something about the sarcophagi going to... Like, I didn't see a chest down there. Did we see a chest?
Well, no, but it just seems as though I don't remember us going throughout the entire room. All we saw were, Desmond, what you saw, one, maybe two sarcophagi, not even the entirety of the room.
Yeah. I think he has a point. I think that every other one has been guarded by something, so...
At the very least, turning to Kyo, we may find more information about what this place is and who it belonged to.
Yes, that may be nice. My only request is that if we believe that that rune may be inside
the sarcophagi, I request that we find another way. I wouldn't want those tombs to be disturbed.
Of course.
Maybe we should check down here first since we're here. We can always go back.
How many spaces were on that door? How many of these things are we looking for? Do we think?
4.
Okay. And we have 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How about a few of us scout ahead? We won't pursue anything, but we can at least get some info. We can, You said this was a circle, right, Desmond?
Mm-hmm.
We could just meet back in this circle.
Do we really want to split up?
I would prefer not to.
Alright. Then my vote's with Keothi. We should go back and double check everything.
Second that.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so then what I can do is if you guys are all just going to go around there, I'll just move everybody at once.
Yeah.
Swoop. Okay, so there's that. And then... well, if you're... Whoa.
Our bonfire.
Yes. Okay, let's see.
Whoopee.
Back to the enemies there too. Up. Okay, I'll move you guys there. And then move you there. Okay, alright. Then you guys can go ahead and get yourselves into formation there.
I'm going to whispering. Do you guys want me to look in again? I can remember to take Maggie off my shoulder this time.
Well,
I
maybe.
guess it couldn't hurt if we're going that direction anyway.
And then I'll message Ashima if it's safe.
He will.
Or I'll message him when I see.
He'll shrug because he's occasionally been using his quarterstaff as a seeing cane. He's been playing it subtly, but yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to pat Ashima on the shoulder as I'm walking past, and I'm going to snap my fingers, and you all see in a little tiny swirly vortex Maggie's like form kind of and apparate into itself, and she is no longer there. And this time, I'm going to sneak well.
Apparate.
You just had to say it, didn't you? Ooh.
Hey.
You demanded it of destiny, and destiny answered. Alrighty. So, Desmond, as you make your way in, you can see very clearly what looks to be 6 different sarcophagi, all of them sealless, and of the same type of translucent stony material, except it's fully opaque, where you can't see into it, but it almost looks like shards and chunks of ice, with no seal. And then you see a table on the far end and this massive greatsword that seems ancient in construction, where it seems just like one giant chunk of that same type of metal or stone that all of the trouble all
There he is.
all of the walls and sarcophagi are made out of, but it has these etchings inside the each half of the blade, on the front and on the back, etched very well and wrapped in a very simple leather haft. But it's sitting on a worn table. And other than that, you don't see much else, and it seems like nothing else really sees you.
Okay, I am going to message Ashima and say, okay, I'm going to do something. Everybody stand by if I scream. There are 6 of these sarcophagi. And then I'm going to extend my mage hand outward, not caring if Ashima says anything. And I'm going to try to nudge the sword, or kind of caress it a little bit with my mage hand and see if anything happens.
And Ashima will be, don't do it, in his ear.
Okay, alrighty.
I'm actually going to, though, hopefully still with my 26 stealth, I'm going to, be right here as I'm doing this.
Okay. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check for me real quick.
It's pretty good.
Okay. So, Desmond, what you end up seeing is as you extend the mage hand outward, conjuring that translucent hand in front of you and moving it forward towards that table and then nudging the sword. For a moment, the sword is, because mage hand, has a weight limit of 10 pounds, 10 pounds?
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's 10. I have it too, so.
The mage hand can't move the sword. It tries to nudge it, but it's too heavy. The sword probably weighs a good, 60, 70 pounds.
I didn't want to lift it. I just wanted to, touch it.
Yeah, no, it's able to touch. It's not able to move
Okay.
it, though. As it tries to nudge
Is
into
anything
it,
happening?
the mage hand taps.
Mm-hmm.
As it does, though, it taps into it, and there's this noise, this ting, almost like a tuning fork that goes off. And, oh man, trouble, my dude. Tuning fork that goes off, ting. And Ashima, Keothi, Cecily, Poe, Bianca, and even Luthien, all of you can hear that resonating noise. And at that moment, Desmond, you see that there are 6 creatures that appear and then lunge. Oh, no, the sarcophagi don't move. They're hidden behind, flat on the ground, and they spring towards that sword. All of them, one after the other, jumping towards that area and trying to grab on to wherever, whatever was making that noise. You see all 6 of them fly out and spring and grab onto the table, clattering into one another. Cling, cling, cling. The sword flies off of the table and ends up going flying into the wall. And with the force of all 6 of them slamming into one another, the sword spins around and impales itself into the stone. And you can see one large crack begin to make its way up the ceiling of that wall.
Shit.
And then with that, these 6 creatures, they clatter up and look to one another, and they see not you, Desmond, but they see Ashima, Keothi, Cecily, Poe, Bianca, and Luthien in front of them. And with that, I would like everybody to roll for initiative as these 6 creatures.
Desmond has a natural curiosity. I'm sorry, everybody.
Oh, you had dancing light
God,
selected.
I rolled the dancing light. Yeah, it's
That's
the
okay.
same stats.
That's that's okay. Yeah, it just uses your character. Okay. Combat. Can I do this for all of them? Combat. Does it work like that, or is it going to be a butthead? Nope, it worked. Oh, but it did add the table to the initiative order. We don't need that. Remove combatant. There we go. Okay. And then if somebody would like to roll for initiative for Keo, actually, you know what? I can do it. It's pretty easy. Click, 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 click. There we go. All right, begin combat.
Oh, they all. Oh,
Holy shit!
That's horrible.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's
Reroll.
so
You were supposed to
bad.
roll those with disadvantage.
What in the
I
fuck?
forget what the quick initiative button is. Is it the Oh, found
It's
it.
the
It's the
flag.
Yeah.
They'll finish.
Flag. Like
8.12.
NASCAR.
Holy
just
NASCAR. It's literally none of us until Desmond. Oh my god.
Wow, that's
I agree, Joe. That's
18.
yeah. God damn, you guys just can't catch a break, can you?
I'm sorry. I wanted to. Cameron knew that wasn't the right choice.
Yeah. Oh god, that's okay. Character's
He's a
natural
part
curiosity.
Dragon. He likes treasure.
We were
Okay.
gonna fight them at some point, right?
Maybe.
You know?
I don't know. Why are
Maybe
you
not. I don't know.
Why
Oh my
knew it.
god!
I
If there's not an
knew it.
orb in here, I'm gonna scream.
Okay. All right. So first up, we have this one, and
Yeah, but
these
still-
guys have a movement speed of 40 feet. So let's see where you're getting. 40.
EXP.
So you know what? He's gonna get right up there to Ashima. He's gonna dash, and you can see him, Ashima. As you don't have dark vision, so you don't see it until it's about right in front of you, and until like it gets right up next to you, and you can see this creature. Now that it's getting into the light of the dancing light, it sort of hisses, and you can see it pull out this like thin metal wire that it's hanging in one hand and this gnarled twisted short sword in the other. And you can see that what it does is it sort of runs over towards you, and you think that it's so small because as it's approaching, it's like crawling on all four, but then as it stands, you swear you almost hear the spine pop as it just grows taller until it's about the size of Poe. Tall as a regular humanoid. As it stands in front of you, it's going to attempt to, as a bonus action, make one quick slice at you with an underhanded swipe. So, short sword, bonus action, attack, normal. That is a 9 to hit, which is a miss, luckily. Runs up to you, but you luckily are able to dodge out of the way, using your like monk instincts to miss that attack. So then we come up to the next one here. Who is the one right in front? Oh, God. Let's see here. Yeah, you know what? Using their action and dash, they're going to go this way. And then Desmond, if you want, you could take your reaction.
Would love to take my reaction.
All right, go ahead and take an attack of opportunity.
Okay. I don't know if my dagger is on here, so I'm just gonna use the sling because it's the same.
Okay, gotcha.
It won't have the +1 if that +1 got added. Oh, that was terrible.
You are hidden. So I believe that would be with advantage.
Okay, I'll do it again then.
Yeah. Where's it at? Come on, there it is. Okay, so 15, that hits, and you will get sneak attack off of that.
Yes.
Okay, question though. I wasn't planning on attacking with my action anyway. So because the way that sneak attack is worded is that it's like once per turn, I think is what it says.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you would get it on your turn. Like you'd get it back on your turn because it's the start of your turn. Yeah.
Sweet. Okay.
In fact, this is the best
Sneak
way.
attack.
So yeah. Okay, so 14 points of damage there. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Okay, so you slash into it with your dagger, sort of pulling your sling off to the side and slashing into it, cutting at its calf, and you can see it stop running immediately, as if you had some type of, like this feet sentinel where it's supposed to stop moving, but as soon as you stop it and cut at it, it stops and it turns and it slowly grows, and you can see that it stands about 5 or 6 inches taller than you, and you can see it only moved 35 feet, so it didn't need to dash using its action. So you can see it pull out this long metal wire, and it's going to attempt to get behind you and use this garrote around your throat and try and grapple you. You kind of activated my trap card there. I really was like, so are you going to attack it?
So do I need to make an athletics check?
Well, let's see here.
Is that what it is?
bludgeoning damage, and the target is grappled. So no, you just so it rolled a 17 to hit, so it does grapple you. But then on your turn, you can attempt to break the grapple.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you see it take the garrote, wrap it around your throat, and you can feel that oxygen just as you are gasping for air, as it currently has that thin metal wire, like barbed metal wire, wrapped around your throat, cutting off your oxygen. So you are currently, my friend, grappled.
Feel played.
There you go. There you go. All right. Next, another one.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah. Okay, so
14 points of damage is decent, so.
It is, yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah, for sure.
Seeing you taken there, it's going to run up here to Ashima, and it only has its bonus action.
Oh my gosh, that movement.
Yeah. Well, it only has its bonus action. It was his action to dash. So it's going to offhand attack a short sword. Okay, that is an 18 to hit. Pretty sure hits.
Yeah, I have 18 AC.
Okay. And that is a good old 10 points of piercing. No. Sorry. That is 4 points of piercing damage and then 6 points of necrotic damage. As this gnarled short sword slashes into you, you can feel that it's not just the piercing of the blade, but it is the withering of your own life essence where this blade really starts to do its damage. Okay. So with that, we move on to the next one. This one is going to go ahead and move right up next to you, Desmond, and it's also going to try and garrote you.
A double groat?
Yeah. Yeah, it's trying here. So that's with advantage.
Your next.
And that is a... What is it doing this? That's kind of weird. Details of a weapon. Here we go. That's why. There we go. Alrighty. So with that, it does... that's a 17 with advantage, so that does hit. And now you are currently garroted by 2 different of these creatures as they both are wrapped around your throat. And that is not good. But that's the end of its turn, as you're double restrained right now.
You know what? It's I deserve this. I'll be the first to say.
I don't know if anyone deserves this.
Okay, so then we come to Keothi. Keothi, well, what's Keothi doing? You guys are in charge of Keothi. Right now, she's calm enough. So she's
Probably
willing.
no attacking.
She's willing to stab something with a dagger, but she doesn't want to.
Well, then she's not done it.
I'm not familiar with her class, but does she have plenty of ranged healing abilities?
She has
to an
healing
extent. Yeah, she has healing word. She has her channel divinity balm ability, but she can only use that once. The trouble is, she's like already low on stuff.
Yeah, how many spell slots does she have left?
She has 1 first level and 1 second level left.
Oh my gosh.
So there's that.
Okay. Well, I still have my full lay on hands pool if we really need it.
Right.
I'm gonna throw that into the healing.
So
bucket.
I say we save her spells for now, and my thought is to start using some of the class abilities, because we have not really touched into those yet.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Do these things count as undead? Would she know that?
Let me double check.
They were lying in sarcophagi.
They were lying next to.
Next to.
Well, they're still pretty spooky.
Yeah, go ahead and have Keothi make we'll say a history check, and we won't count this. We'll just say this is a free action, just for her to think real quick and try and study, so as not to waste any.
I can click it, or does someone else? Okay.
Ooh.
I didn't want to do it.
I think I got
Oh.
Okay.
No.
it.
7. They don't look undead. They look humanoid and living. So she doesn't know really anything about them. At least she can't recall anything right now. But she knows that they are not undead just from studying them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, might as well not
Could
use
she
her channel
grapple
divinity
one?
on turn undead. She could grapple one. That would be helpful to Poe and Bianca and Nishima.
It would free
Especially if
up
she,
this. Yeah.
yeah, if she got it away, is the main thing.
Yeah, if she could clear up the area south of the one that is next to Ishima, then
Right.
there would be an opening for everybody else to get out through this hallway if they wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Right. So like, grab this one right next to her and like pull it down here.
Yeah, something like that. And then it
Yeah.
wouldn't have it wouldn't be flanking with the other one either.
Yeah. That might be the thing. Because she can still take a hit or two, and she also has her Goliath ability where she can reduce the damage of a nasty hit.
Yeah, Stone's
So we have
Endurance,
that
yeah.
too.
Oh, that's
So that may
true.
be the best thing to do, and then save her channel divinity for a healing thing at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, she had. Never mind.
So, okay then. So I guess she will attempt to grapple this thing, and then if the check is successful, move it down here. So, that's athletics for her, right?
Yep, yeah, because she's definitely strong, so she's going to try and grapple this one. Athletics, so 19. Make an acrobatics check. Combated, it's got to be the 19. Okie dokie. All right, so that is an 18 for the athletics check, so that is a success. Or acrobatics checks from the more dexterous creature, so Keothi is able to get it in like a full Nelson, just head around the arms behind the neck. And yeah, this guy is currently restrained.
And so she'll go here.
Okay.
Take
Sort
him
of
with.
pulling away.
Does that count as leaving combat with me?
No, because it's forced movement.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. Same thing with like a pushing Eldritch Blast. It still doesn't do that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Any forced
good.
movement doesn't provoke attack of opportunities. Oh.
Oh, I also
You're so
didn't know
smart,
that. That's cool.
Joe.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Sometimes I don't feel like it, so I'm glad sometimes other people think I am. So, what does that even mean? All right. So anything else for Keothi's turn?
I think that's it, right?
Yeah, I think that's it. Let me see if this emboldening bond thing. No, the emboldening bond thing is an action. So I'm thinking maybe next turn she'll use emboldening bond to give some of us like D4s to add to our rolls. But for now, I guess that's it.
Okay. All right. Cool. So with that, we move to Luthien. So Luthien, on his turn, he's going to kind of examine the area and seeing what's happening to Desmond. He is going to move over to Desmond here. And standing next to you, Desmond, he is going to... you see him sort of reach up his hand, and he is going to... Sorry, give me 1 second here. There's something that's supposed to be there that is not. Because sometimes D&D Beyond is silly. There we go. All right, now it's there. Okay, so you see him reach up his hand, and there is this, like, chaotic, like, white and black energy that begins to swirl around his hand, and he shoots it out towards both of those creatures. One beam going at each of them. So there is one against the first one. That is 20 for 8 points of damage. And the second beam, that is a 15, which is also a hit for 6 points of damage. So 8 on the first one.
The one who's been hit twice, how's it looking?
It's looking pretty rough right now. And so because he just fired off those 2 bolts of like pure magical force, they slam into each one of those creatures, and he shouts, "By the power of Elastrahi, stop!" and trying to knock them off. So I'll say that for since he just attacked both of them, because you have to try and break free from each one. It's not one overall check. So On the first one that you do, you'll have advantage on that first acrobatics check to get out.
Correct.
Okay, with that, it comes to your turn, and Desmond, at the beginning of your turn... Oh, gosh. All right. Wait. Until the grapple ends, target take. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I was reading it wrong. Okay, never mind. Now at the start of your turn. At the start of your turn, you're restrained. You have 2 garrotes around your throat. What are you doing?
Okay. Is it an action to break free of it?
Yes, it would be an action to break free.
Okay. Well, I'm going to if the one to my right is looking rough, I can still do something right now though, right? Even though I'm restrained.
Yeah. Restrained grapple just means you have 0 movement speed.
Okay. I am going to I guess well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out. I still have my bombs even though I changed my class, right?
Yeah, you should.
Do I not have those anymore?
Well,
okay.
You mean from the subclass?
Yeah, I mean, because technically I made them, but
Okay, right. Well, we'll say you have a limited supply left.
I mean, yeah. So do I have like the leftover ones? Because I would only have 3.
Yeah, so we'll say you have the leftover ones.
Okay, because I have the 2 that I made with Bianca's horn dust, which is a terrible phrase, horn dust, and then 1 regular fire bomb.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to try to toss my fire bomb, like roll it on the ground, like bocce style, and I believe it is a now that I guess I can still go find in the class where it is, but I don't have it pulled up anymore.
I think it's a 5-foot radius.
I don't remember how 5-foot radius.
Mm.
Okay, so okay, so I'll only be able to hit 1, right? Or is there a way that I can get 5 feet to hit both of them?
No, I think you'd only be able to hit the 1. Unless you ended up
Then I'm
hitting
not gonna
yourself
do
as
that.
well. Yeah, because you'd have to...
Okay.
You'd have to roll it right in between them.
Yeah, okay. Well, then I'm just going to try to kill the one with my dagger, the one that's to my right, and see, because that will free up one of them anyway. So, or am I going to have disadvantage? I'm sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions. I'm being obnoxious, I'm sorry.
No, you're not being obnoxious. You're good. Let's see. I don't know. That... I'm not... Because I know that grappling is not as good as being restrained. So let me see here. Grappled creature can't benefit from speed. The condition ends if it's incapacitated. So no, you don't have disadvantage. You are just...
Okay.
You don't have any speed.
So I'm going to... because that one has it around my throat and it's kind of behind me. I'm just going to try to reach back with my hand to grab like the back of his head and try to jam my dagger towards his face.
Okay.
And still I'm going to make this with my sling just because I don't have the dagger for whatever reason.
15, that's a hit for 8 points of damage. Okay, cool. So you stab into it, and you are able to make a sizable gash and tear, but the creature is still hanging in there.
And why didn't Luthien walk 5 feet closer and I would have got sneak attack?
Oh, man.
What a bitch.
I know, right? Alrighty, so with that, Ashima, it's your turn. Unless, Desmond, there was anything else. You don't have any movement, so I was just assuming, but...
No, I'm done.
Okay, alrighty. Sounds good. So with that, now, Ashima, it is your turn.
Yeah, free action, Ashima will just yell out to fill the corridor at, like, a diagonal. So, like that, you know. Because that way, anyone who can... I guess we don't have the bodies for it, never mind. Because my thought was then that we could create a barricade for this to keep them enclosed, and then, like, swing like a door and squish them.
Oh, okay.
But that's my Civil War brain going. That's
Happens to the best
little,
of us.
Yeah, I don't know
little-
how much Cecily would be able to help you with that one.
All right, boys, it's just like a little round top.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm just gonna this beast that ran up to me. I'm gonna left swinging strike with a quarterstaff. Start off with that. See how that goes.
Swing low, sweet quarterstaff. That's a hit. Yeah.
Ooh.
Cool.
That's
Then
a
I'm gonna
10.
flurry of blows so I can hand of healing myself.
Yep. Crack. And healing.
Yeah.
And then your one attack. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, look at
So
you.
yeah, he'll smack it, and then follow up with a left kick to keep momentum going, and then he'll return back to fighting stance, one hand over heart in prayer formation, and then heal himself for 6 points of damage.
Oh yeah. All righty, cool. What a full turn. You moving at all, or are you staying right there?
Just to free up, I'm gonna get him, facing this way so that people can run by me.
Okay. Alrighty, sounds good. And then with that, we come to another one of these creatures' turns, and okay. Let's see here. So it is his turn. Oh man, you know what? All right, so he is gonna run up as this. Oh, Luthien is in the way now. Oh.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck, Joe?
Yeah, he's gonna run up. So no, sorry, I asked the chat what they wanted him to do, and they wanted him to attack Ashima, and not garrote Desmond a third time. But now Luthien is in the way, so that just makes the most sense for him to go for Luthien. So that is what he's gonna do. Gonna straight up run up there, and is going to attempt to garrote Luthien, and let's see, that is a 19 to hit. So with that, Luthien ends up getting that metal wire wrapped around his throat as the creature is just like grappling on the back of him, strengthening that wire grip around the throat of him. And that is the creature's turn. They don't do any damage, luckily. It just chokes him. So with that, we come to Dancing Light. What is the Dancing Light doing this turn?
Yeah. Whoops. I'm gonna make a cone shape real quick. Just to... Ooh, that's 20. That's annoying. Yeah, 15 would only be that big. Okay. I'm thinking of using color spray to blind as many as I can. Because if they're blinded, not only will they not be able to see, obviously, but attacks against them will have advantage, and their attacks will have disadvantage.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
For the next round. I think that'll be more useful overall. But it doesn't look like I can get all three of them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna... Cecily's just gonna... I gotta change my... So now I'm on the select tool, and okay. Alright. Alright. There we go. I guess I'm gonna go here.
Okay.
Next to Luthien. And I will color spray those two. I will cast it at this level, so that will be 6d10 worth of hit points.
Cool.
So I'll just go ahead and roll that right in the thing. Oh, that's so fucking low.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is really low. Whew. Okay, so with that 6d10, only one of them falls, is blinded. So, blinded here. That one right there is blinded. It's still wrapped around Desmond's throat. And yeah, but it's blinded. The other one, it's just not enough magic. As you spray out this cascade of colors that shoots up into the air in this sparkling, dazzling mist of fireworks, you can see that the one shields its eyes as a creature that's already partially sensitive to light, being akin to darkness. You can see it shield its eyes, and then as it tries to open them, it's just spheres of cloudy white, as if their eyes are just full of milk now. but the other one, as it's shielded in sides, in enough time, it just returns back to keeping its grapple around Luthien. Okay.
So, I at least Desmond will have an easier time with that one, I guess. But I successfully cast the color spray, just this elaborate misty cloud, and it doesn't work as well as she wants it to. And she's gonna shake her arms like it's almost like a tool that's jammed or broken or something, like trying to get the color spray to come out better. And then she is going to accidentally, while tapping on her hand, launch out using Quicken's spell. So I can do this as a bonus action.
Hell yeah.
She's going to launch out Blade Ward for the first time. So that is just automatic. A small Abjurous shield accidentally forms around her that is the same color and texture of her color spray cloud. And she now has resistance to all physical damage.
Hell yeah, man.
That is the piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning.
Yeah.
So that just happened, and she's so upset that spells keep happening on accident today. But that'll be my whole turn then, and hopefully if I get hit, I won't die.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Fingers crossed. Bianca,
Yeah.
it's your turn. What are you doing?
All right. Well, she's gonna move. Well, oh, there, she's moving. Okay, she's gonna move right here. She was going to try and shoot down the hallway. Oops. But there's a lot of people in the way, and if I roll a 1, I'm killing somebody, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to shoot the one next to Ashima, and then I still have my Crimson Right activated because we did not take a short or a long rest. And then I'll turn around. Yeah, and then I'm going to turn around and attack the one that Keothi's grappling, because I think it's a bad idea just to leave her with that if she can't attack. So that's what I'm going to do.
Yep. Okay, alrighty, sounds good.
All right. Okay, there. I'm just going to go straight to my character sheet because last time things were not happening. Okay, did that roll? Yay!
That did roll. For an 11, though, however, is a miss, sadly.
Well,
so you reach up Deadeye and fire off a shot, but it just slams into the cavernous hallway, cracking into the wall and missing its target.
Shit. She'll just literally yell shit and then turn around and start to attack the one next to Keothi.
Okay.
Which do I get advantage on that? If it's grappled?
No, grappling is not.
Yeah.
Grappling's not great. Yeah, so you just get to attack it.
Okay, that's fine. Those things are okay.
Now a 16 does hit, and 7 points of piercing damage. Go ahead and roll your Crimson Right damage.
Yeah. Roll.
D4. 3 points of
Big ol' 3.
lightning damage, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the blade slashes across the chest of this tall humanoid creature as you can see that it's thin and gaunt and fur, like matted fur patches around its neck and back of its head, and these pointed ears and these like beady black eyes that are just trying to break free from Keothi's grasp. You slash into it and the blood begins to pour, but is almost corroded immediately by the crackling lightning coming off of your sword. Okay, cool. Anything else?
That is all I can do.
Powassa, what are you doing?
All right, Joe. Coming in from Indianapolis, I think we have a pretty good plan. So I think I'm going to go and help Ashima with his target because I think we can finish it off. So let me see if I can. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, I'm going to go right here. And I'm going to go do a regular glory attack, and if that hits, I'm going to do Divine Smite.
Okay, sounds good. Smite it. Maybe. Well, I'll tell you what, buddy, that's a hit. Let's see here. Before you Divine Smite, let's see. Okay, so you can see as the blade's beginning to cut down, it doesn't seem like it's enough damage to finish it off. And you are going to Divine Smite?
Oh, crap.
Maybe.
I tried using the hotbar, but it didn't work for some reason, so I'm going to have to go into the player sheet really quick. Sorry, everybody.
That's okay.
Divine.
You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you.
It's coming, everybody. It's coming. Don't worry.
There's still that
Here
one
it is.
little dude after Poe goes.
Roll. Roll.
8 points of radiant damage. That is just enough to, as you begin to cut through, you can see the blade cutting through the shoulder and breaking through the bone, and you force yourself to cut that rest of the way down as your blade begins to like vibrate with this divine energy. It just discharges, easing the way for the blade to cut through the rest of the beast. As you can see, it was just about to wrap around that throat, around Ashima's throat, but before it's able to, you blast through it with that divine smite, and it falls down to the ground, dead.
Perfect. I think so. I moved. How much movement I just used? 5, 10, 15, 25. Would I be able to move here after that?
Be able to move there? Yeah, I think so.
I think I was there, so I'm gonna move here.
Okay, so right next to Luthien.
And that is the end of my turn.
Okay, very cool. So then we come to the one at the bottom of the turn order here. Let's see, you know what? This one is actually going to run up right to Poe. Right there, seeing what you just did, and instead of garroting you, it is going to... yeah, it's just going to take two short sword attacks at you. One normal. First one is a 14, which I believe is a miss. And the second one is a... what? Makes sense. The second one is a 19, which I believe is a hit, right?
That is definitely a hit.
Yeah. Okay. And then that is... oh, wow. Wow. Wowie. That is going to be 14 points of damage. So you can see there's 8 from this, like, piercing damage of the sword, but that gnarled blade, it cuts extra deep, and you can feel that divine energy that was just coursing through your vein is almost immediately redacted as that necrotic energy begins to course through yours. Okay. Alrighty. So then we move back up to the top of the turn order, and this one that is blinded, it is blinded. However, at the beginning of its turn, Desmond, you take, let's see how much damage from being garroted. 2d6 plus 3. 7 points of damage first.
Yeah.
And then... shit, yeah. Yeah, it's gotta. It has to do it. That's the entire reason these creatures exist.
Do
Oh,
it.
I just heard. Come on.
All right.
Come on.
What?
Come on.
making a clip ready.
So with that, Desmond, as it currently has you grappled, all of you see Desmond vanishes.
What?
What?
And
What?
with that, Desmond, you feel yourself completely consumed by shadow and darkness, and you reappear. Not there. But all the way back in front of that runic door.
Oh, shit.
Completely shrouded in darkness, as it currently has that garrote wrapped around your throat. However, that is all it can do. You are teleported away, and those of you in the room, in the hallway, have no idea where Desmond is. You see it vanish, they turn into this wispy shadow, disappear, and the garrote that was around that other one's throat drops down onto the ground, ready to pursue its next target. Okay, so that means this one right here is dead. This one next up on the initiative. Then we have this one that is restrained by Keothi. It is going to... Ooh, man. Doesn't have disadvantage. You know what? It's going to try and... Oh, you know what? It's just going to short sword attack. Short sword attack. One at Bianca, one at Keothi.
That's fair.
Yeah. Keothi holding. Well, first one is against you, Bianca. That's a natural 1. And
Hey.
against Keothi, that is a 15. Sorry, that might be a miss. Nope, that's it. That's a miss. Yeah, 16.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So with that, its turn was completely useless, wasn't able to do anything as it continues to be grappled by Keothi. So then we come to this one right here. This one right here is going to dash towards you, Cecily, and is going to attempt to grapple you. The Groat, roll an attack there. And that is a 13 to hit.
Against AC, or is it like a grapple check thing?
No, it's just a hit with these creatures.
Okay,
And then,
so
and
that
then
is
if
a
it
12,
hits,
so that hits.
target is grappled, yeah. Okay, so yeah, it hits, doesn't do any damage immediately, but Cecily, the thing, like, jumps around you and is moving so fast and so, like, loose and liquid-like that it wraps that cable around your throat, and you begin to gasp for air. That warding, Abjurer's ward seemingly doing nothing, at least right now, to protect you from that cable. So with that, that's the end of its turn, as you and Luthien are both grappled. So then we come to Keothi.
Okay.
So,
Oh, yeah.
I
Beaten
think,
into submission.
I think the best thing she can do is use Emboldening Bond, probably, while just maintaining her grapple on this thing.
What does that do?
You forge an empowering bond among people who are at peace with one another. As an action, you choose a number of willing creatures within 30 feet of you equal to your proficiency, so that's 2. You create a magical bond for the next 10 minutes, and while those 2 creatures are within 30 feet of each other, they can add a d4 to the number rolled for attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. And you can add it no more than once per turn.
That's very useful.
You can use this feature, basically for her, it's twice per long rest. So, I mean, fucking,
Yeah, let's do
like,
that.
Ashima and Poe are the frontliners, right?
Yeah, but I'm not grappled, so it might be better for somebody else to have it.
Okay.
I mean, I can
So she can-
try and... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, she's within 30 feet of everybody, so she can stay right where she is and give it to any 2 people. And we're all within 30 feet of each other, and probably will stay so. So, maybe Poe and Cecily, that might be a good
Yeah,
chunk.
probably. I
I'm
think
just
that's a
thinking
good
of
one.
2 people that would stay within 30 feet of each other, you know?
Yeah, I'd
so-
say Luthien, but I don't know, like, lore,
I-
like,
I don't know if she would necessarily opt for Luthien over one of our group, though.
that was my thought as well.
Yeah.
Right.
No, yeah, she wouldn't.
So,
Fair.
So, okay then, I guess that. I'll
Is
go ahead
that just
and mark
an
them.
action?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Should she bonus action healing word Poe, or should we wait on healing?
I'd say I would say wait on healing word if somebody
Yeah.
goes down.
Okay.
That's
Don't.
smart.
Yeah. Don't worry about healing Poe, because
Oh yeah, I
I
forgot
can
you
at
have
least
healing.
use my own stuff to heal.
Yeah.
Me, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This is true. Let's do it a plan.
So she's gonna ship Cecily and Poe, I guess,
Yeah.
and give them a magical bond in which they are stronger when together.
Wait a second. Did she cast ceremony? What's happening?
The ceremony.
She can officiate weddings. That's a spell she has.
Cast jewels.
Basically.
Level.
Aw. Well, that'll be fun 70
But,
sessions from now, but...
Right.
Yep. But yeah, so Boldening Bond
Alrighty.
with Cecily and Poe. So they can both add D4s to stuff once a turn. And then just maintain the grapple on this one that she has.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. The bond is emboldened as Keothi, you
Bold as
can,
embodied.
as she's like full Nelson grappling this creature as it's trying to break free. Every once in a while, like lifting its feet up, trying to kick at Bianca and break her way free. You can see that Bianca, you can see Keothi just slowly breathe and not even like flinching at this creature's attempts to move. And exhale, and you can see this cascade of light underneath her. These just small lines move around you, and Cecily and Poe, you can see those small lines begin to wrap themselves around your feet, and you can see a small line connect the two of you on the ground, as you can see this like thin veil of this deep blue and purple light begin to like lightly cover your skin and armor in this like divine sheen, as the two of you have an emboldened bond. Okay.
Nice.
So with that is the end of Keothi's turn. Then it is Luthier's turn. Luthien is going to attempt to break free, and that is a... Ooh, that is a 7 there. I don't think that's gonna do much, because the DC is... Yep, nope. That is not it. Yeah, 7. So Luthien tries to grab onto the like barbed wire garrote, but as he goes to grab it, he just reaches his hands away from the shock of pain from the sharp metal like razors that are cutting into his throat and fingers. And so he just lets go. And then, in a fun turn of events, we then come to Desmond, who is all the way
Oh my god.
over here.
Okay, so is this guy still here with me, with like the thing around my neck still?
Yeah, he's still grappling you. And
Okay.
yeah.
Does he look like he will die if I attack him successfully this turn?
He looks very close to death. I'll say that much.
Okay. Then I'm going to again facing him. I'm gonna put one hand above, like, or like underneath his chin, and just try to stab my dagger into his neck.
Oh, God. All right, roll for an attack. Okay.
Great damage.
22 points of... Oh, 5 damage was just enough damage.
Oh my
Oh, my
god.
God. Okay, so with that, 5 points of damage, you slam the dagger into his throat, and you can see the creature's... As you pull the dagger out, that blood just begins to pour as it drops onto the ground and poof, cracks almost into like, as soon as it hits the ground, that like soft, like almost aqueous form, as it was just easily able to flow and move, slowly begins to harden and crumble like stone into charcoal, and then eventually begins to break away into dust.
Okay, sweet. And then I will use my movement and bonus action to try to dash back.
Okay.
So you can just go ahead and move on while I'm moving my character.
Okay, alrighty, so then Ashima, it is your turn. So Ashima, what are you doing?
I was initially gonna heal Poe, but I think I'm gonna save this my like last key point for healing if somebody goes down. So
Okay.
it's gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. A good little block of the hallway here.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna jab my quarterstaff at the monster's feet, and then go for a throat jab after that.
Nice. Okay, roll those 2 attacks. Let's see what happens. A hit, hippity hop.
Hip hop. Don't stop.
Ooh.
Bang,
Ooh, good
Pretty liberal.
indeed. It does not. It indeed does not stop. As you slam the quarterstaff into its feet, the creature lets out this like throat shattering groan as you slam into its feet, and then with that smacking into its throat with the top of the quarterstaff. Whew, another fair bit of damage as it's like lifting its head up, screaming in pain. You jam the quarterstaff into the throat and just cut off the screaming immediately. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Alrighty, sounds
Meta
good.
key.
So then it gets to this creature's turn, and let's see, with that, on its turn, it is also going to shadowy teleport. And Luthien and the creature are going away. So you see them once again turn into wispy shadow and disappear.
Oh no, we don't know where. Did they go back to where Desmond went?
Nope, went to a different place entirely.
Okay.
Bring them back.
Okay, alrighty. There's that.
Okay.
That is the end of that creature's turn. Cecily, it's your turn.
So, Cecily just watched two people disappear because they had things on their neck. So she's very upset. I guess I'm just gonna shocking grasp this thing right in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like the only thing I really can do.
Oh, 13, that's just a hit. Just a hit. Okay, cool. So you reach your hands up as it's grappling around you and you discharge the static electricity into its head. However, oh god, 4 points of lightning damage is not enough. Discharge the energy, but that creature is still standing and still grappled on you.
Alright then. I will use Quicken Spell to attack again. Because she's gonna lift her hand up and see it still breathing and just be like, nope! And just go again.
Come on. Fuck. 6 points of damage is just barely not enough. Just barely not enough. Just barely not enough, Mark.
Can I use my shadow action to go again?
Well,
What about my gamble action?
this is maybe a little meta-gamey, but does teleporting them count as an attack? Because I'm wondering if, on its turn, if I can use my Sentinel ability.
Any other creature that attacks you? Actually, you know what? The Garrote does do damage at the top of their turn. So I would count that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I might be able to get out of this.
Okay. So with that, Bianca, it's your turn.
Have I been seeing things teleporting and disappearing?
Yes,
Am I aware?
Yeah, you saw Luthien. Your dark vision is good enough. By the way, make a perception check for me real quick.
Okay. Okay. Please roll.
Okay, alrighty. So as of right now, you're a little too caught up with the combat. You heard the vanishing of Luthien and of Desmond, but nothing more than that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And do I know? Can I see that Cecily's grappled as well, and that could potentially happen to her?
Yes, you do see that.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm completely aware of all that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one attack on this thing in front of me with the short sword. And then I'm going to, and if it attacks me, it attacks me. But I'm going to run up to a correct angle to shoot that one by Cecily.
Okay, definitely will take that attack of opportunity.
Yeah, which is fine.
Let's see, that is a 17 to hit.
Hey, it does.
And then, that is 11 points of damage.
Okay, coolio. Anyway, back to my attacking. All right, let's do the short sword first.
Okay.
Please roll.
Slash into it. Ooh, yeah, that is a hit.
Yay. Plus the electricity.
Yep.
Roll.
Static discharge. Oh, well, that's a little sad,
Well,
but that's okay.
I'm assuming that didn't kill it before it attacked me, right?
No. Sadly,
Yeah. It's fine. Okay. And then Deadeye.
no. Deadeye. Shoot it.
Please.
Kaplowy. That's a hit,
Whoopee.
and oh my
Yay.
god. Cecily, as it's like grappled around you, you can see it's close, almost using Cecily as a human shield, using that garrote, like pressing against her throat, cutting into it. You can feel it beginning to just dig away, and you can feel, Cecily, those shadows begin to creep around you, but before you're able to disappear, you hear the click of a hammer back, and then that loud bang, and for a moment, your gut fear thinks that, you know, because of the way that Bianca just was a little bit ago, that, oh no, she's doing this to you, and the bullet just flies right past your head and explodes the creature behind you as its brain matter and blood just begins to decorate the solid stone walls behind you, as it is dead. Very dead. So dead.
Same.
Yeah, okay, I'm good.
Actually, same. though.
Try again, Joe.
That was me.
All right, I'm done. That's me. I'm done.
Okay, alrighty, Poe, it's your turn. What are you doing?
Okay, so that one's dead. I'm gonna go ahead and take a big hit on the one that I'm facing. Let me check and see how much spell slots I have.
There you go.
Though. All right, one.
Come on, now's the time to be victorious.
That'll do.
Skyrim music's playing. You gotta.
It is playing. I have to do it. All right, I'm gonna swing with glory.
Come on, natural 20. 14 is still a hit. It's still a hit.
Okay,
all right.
great,
okay, yeah.
okay.
Alrighty, so 12 points of
And-
damage.
And I'll go ahead and do Divine Smite on this one as well. So,
Okay. Righty.
which is
10 points of radiant damage? Okay. So, blasting Divine Smite, once again carving through the skin of the creature. You discharge that divine energy, but this time it is not enough to knock it down as it is still hanging in there.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and stay still.
Okay, so with that, it is its turn, so it's going to take those 2 attacks. Actually, you know what? It's going to sneak right here, and it's going to take 1 attack against you, Poe, and then 1 attack against Cecily. That's a 22 to hit against you, Poe, and, oh, gosh, 13 points of damage.
Yeah.
And then Cecily, that is that's a 14 to hit. And that's going to be, let's see, yours is a little different. Oh, well, okay, so it's 4 points of slashing damage that's reduced to 2. And then...
Right, that's gone.
Oh, it is? Oh, damn. Okay.
It's very gone.
Okay, so then it's just 10 points of damage total.
Okay.
As the blade cuts into you and you can feel that necrotic energy, almost like a poison, start to fill your bloodstream and just sap you of your life. You still hang in there, but you're not feeling great. Okay, that's the end of its turn. Then we come to this one right here, grappled by Keothi. It is going to attempt to take 2 short sword strikes against her. First one is a 17 for a
Which
grand
is a hit.
total of 11 points of damage.
She might... Do we want her to use her stone's endurance on that? She can reduce... Like, once a day, she can reduce a damage by D12. Or D12 plus con or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, might as
Let's
well.
go ahead and do that.
Okay. Cool. So how much did you say that one was? It was 11?
11, yeah. So
Okay.
it is now...
So... Great. She needs to roll a D12 plus 2, which I'll just get in here.
Okay, she reduces the damage to
Nice.
0. She even gains the hit.
Boom.
Just kidding.
She flexes so hard. The blade does nothing.
I mean, that's kind of what Kratos does in the beginning of God of War, where he just flexes so hard that his wounds
yeah.
close.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much.
All right, so second attack then. Only 1 stone's endurance. But the second attack is a 12. Yes. 12.
Nice.
Right.
Good choice.
Yes, second attack is a 12. So that is a miss. And that is the end of that creature's turn. Then we come to Keothi herself.
All right.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Never should have come here.
It's time
Damn,
you lay
that came
down
in
and
hot.
bleed to death. Can I do that one again?
Yeah, sure.
For those of you who haven't played Oblivion, I'm so sorry. I
That you
thoroughly
haven't
recommend
played
it, at least for the memes.
So,
Yeah, so what's
what are we
Keothi doing?
y'all? What are we thinking
I
here?
guess for now, just maintain grapple. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it has really helped.
Can she sleeper hold the thing?
yeah, I guess that still counts as damage.
Well, I think that's a thing.
Can
you can
Keothi
do.
just be like a professional wrestler?
She's got the
Can we make
strength.
that her class?
Professional wrestler with a few levels in priest.
I think that's just the Undertaker. In all honesty,
Yeah.
obviously he's a grave
Keothi
domain
is
cleric,
the
but
Undertaker.
yeah. I don't actually know. You know what? I'll allow to happen is Keothi can try and make a strength check contested with a con saving throw from this creature, and if she beats it, she can knock the creature unconscious without dealing any damage to it.
Right. Well then, or did you say strength or athletics?
Strength. Ugh.
Well,
Oh, but even a natural 1 for her with a 7 beats the 5 that the creature rolled.
Oh my god.
hell yes.
So she's able to, like, lock her, like, with that breaking that full Nelson, letting go, and sort of wrapping one arm, like, around the neck and the other one, like, grabbing onto one of the shoulders, tucking the inside of her arm, like, around the throat, and just, like, falling down onto the ground, just increasing the pressure, and then wrapping her, like, legs around the creature's torso, and just continues to, like, yank and pull until the creature, like, is gasping for air, trying to, like, claw at her and scratch at her, but eventually, with that, she's able to pull hard enough and keep that pressure applied enough that the creature just begins to, like, tap on her as opposed to smacking or scratching her until eventually it just goes limp in her arms. And then
Alright.
she proceeds to
Alright.
wait. She gets up, grabs a mic, and says, "You never should have come here, Hulk Hogan," and then throws the mic down.
Takes
Alright.
the belt off of its corpse.
Oh my god.
She holds it up and says, "I am the new Illica champion." Okay, all right. Enough of that.
Enough of that.
It's
More of
Luthier's
that.
turn. He does things and stuff, and then it's Desmond's turn, who is continuing to run, I suppose.
Yeah. So because I'm got my 2 levels in Rogue, I can take my action to dash and my bonus action to dash. So I can move 90 feet.
Oh, hell yeah, man. All right, well,
shit.
Yeah.
so if you want to move 90 feet, we'll see you when you get here.
Okay.
Okay,
It might still be
cool.
a few turns.
Oh no.
So with that, Ashima, it is your turn. It seems like there is only one of these creatures left alive.
Oh yeah. All right. So he never should have come here. Same old song and dance. I'm not at a fun point with Monk. I don't have all my cool stuff yet.
I don't know.
So
I was about to say that's what you get for taunting the class, but nope, 11 points of damage.
yeah.
So cracking your the quarterstaff into the side of the head, you can see part of the skull bust open as the blood just begins to pour from the temple, and the creature is very woozy, barely able to stand on its 2 feet.
So he's gonna leap up and then driving his elbow down into that like wound, slam down with an unarmed strike, or at least attempt to.
Okay. Okay, 6 points of damage. That is enough. As you hop up using the quarterstaff to bounce yourself up even further, you bring that elbow down into the side of the temple, and you can just feel the elbow completely smash through the bone of the skull, and that that feeling of that hard bone is replaced with the soft, squishy interior of the brain, as you just hear crack, as the brain is just completely demolished, and that creature falls down onto the ground, crumpling, hardening up like stone, and then charcoal, and then fading away to ash in front of you. Okay.
Beautiful.
So, with that other creature is incapacitated. Then let's see, there's the creature's turn. Then we come to Cecily. So you can see that other creature is incapacitated currently, that Keothi had restrained. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna, I guess, just walk over and kind of dust myself off and collect my breath as much as I can. And I'm gonna just look at Keo and just get Shocking Grasp in my hand and just... Do you want me to do it?
Yes.
All right, and then Cecily will, without hesitation, just start smacking it with shock until it's dead.
Exactly. Yeah, no need to roll or anything. We'll say after the first one, you just grab onto each side of its head and just at the same time discharge 2 different shocking grasps, just... and that massive amounts of static energy just completely fries the skull and hair, almost catching the head on fire before eventually it hardens like stone, then charcoal, then ash.
Well, that was fucked up. And that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. And then probably at about that point, Bianca, Poe, now out of any imminent danger, I'll go ahead and say Desmond, you then make your way back, running down the hallway. And all of you getting ready to run towards any direction, like shouting out for Desmond. You can hear him rounding the corner, running, and eventually getting reunited with all of you.
He's definitely running with like his dagger out, ready to stab a bitch, like when he gets back into the fray.
Okay, so Desmond, as you eventually get there, you can hear combat is stopped. And all of your friends are just standing there, except one person's missing. Luthien. He is no longer there.
Desmond, what happened?
What the fuck was that, dude?
I 1 minute I was here, and the next I don't know, back with the thing next to the door.
Well, I
feel like I'm gonna be sick. That was not fun.
You must have run some ways. Please, rest. But Luthien wasn't with you?
No. Did it happen to him, too?
Shortly after you were, well, teleported, I suppose.
Shit.
Fuck.
That was scary. I'm sorry, guys. I let my curiosity get the better of me.
I'm just glad you're okay. I'm glad we're all okay.
That's yet to be confirmed.
Where did you go?
It took me all the way back to the door. The door with the runes, not the door down here.
Okay. So that means that Luthien is probably somewhere then. Like we can get to him.
I didn't see him on my way over here. I had no idea that he was gone.
Okay. What do we do? What should we do?
And Poe's kind of holding his arm because he's pretty beat. I'm going to at least see if this room was worth all this trouble that we've gone through. And Poe's just going to walk over here to look at the room.
I'm afraid that by now, well, if he needed our help, it's too late. If he managed to successfully get free, he'll come looking for us.
I'm gonna peek over here just in case.
Okay, go ahead and
Desmond will walk.
go make a perception check for me real quick.
Perception check.
Turn out all the lights.
By the way, I don't know who you are, but thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the 2 subs.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Thank you.
Oh, that's sad. Dang. Never mind, Anonymous Gifter. Jeez. Making Desmond roll a 2. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Okay, so Desmond, with a 1, as you're walking along, all you can really hear is that crackling of that fire from those Goliath corpses from up there. And that's really it.
Oh, I don't want to walk stray too far from everybody else.
You didn't.
He's
see
gonna
anything?
walk back into this room and not next to a dead body though. He's just gonna kind of slump onto the ground over here. Oh, don't
Yeah.
look at the sword without me. I want to see it.
Alright.
Bianca will go over next to Desmond, just so he's not alone. See him.
Mark also gifted 2 more subs. Thanks, Mark.
Oh, geez.
Oh, God.
So much love.
Love,
Yeah,
love, love.
I know, spreading the love. But I'm in Cecily mode, so fuck you. Alright.
Okay. So you can already see over there, Keothi has already made her way to the sword and is just staring at it. Not touching it, but just absolutely enraptured by the blade.
Cecily is gonna join Poe. Well, by join, dramatically walk past, angrily pacing. And just be kind of lamenting, just... Desmond. Fucking idiot, Desmond. And she's just... Sort of having a moment near Poe. Not hiding it.
I mean, we would have ran into this trouble anyways. I don't think it was his fault entirely.
Like that, though?
I don't think any of us could have been prepared for that fight.
Fuck. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Let's just look for one of these things. I'm gonna check out this over here. You can check out those over there.
Okay, sure. And Cecily is gonna say she's doing that, but I think she'll actually be more distracted by something if they're still here. You said the things turned into ash? Or like dust or something?
Yeah, they hardened like stone initially, but then they sort of turned cracked like charcoal and then just faded away into dust. By the way, thank you, Breaker, for 2 more gifted subs. Oh my gosh!
Sub train! Hype, go! Yes, hype, sub, fun, love, fun, money, hype, go, sub, hype. Okay, so...
Oh my
All right.
What is happening? Okay, so, LOL. Okay, so with...
What? Yeah, so they're kind of stony, ashy, dusty now?
Yeah, specifically the tombstone, or not the tombstone, the creatures who had died. They're pretty much reduced to ash.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I think Cecily is gonna start walking towards them, but then she's gonna actually go and do something rare and attempt to suss out or investigate or figure out something, because she felt herself about to teleport when she was wrapped up, and she wants to understand how that works, because she feels like she might figure out how to do it again. since she was like right on the edge of teleporting.
Okay.
So I'm gonna see if I can learn anything.
Okay. Yeah, make an Arcana check. Oh my god, also, thank you,
Alright.
Evan, for the 5 gifted subs.
Oh my, the hype train kite in front of me.
I wish I wasn't so poor. I would gift some subs too, but I'm very poor.
Oh
right
my
now.
Same.
god.
Are there even people to be gifting them to? Do they just stack? Because I feel like we all got one at this point.
No, yeah,
I-
there's people in here. Hi, everybody. Oh gosh. Woo. Okay. So let's see. Arcana
Yeah,
check. Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
Ooh.
Cecily, as you're focusing on that idea, that aspect of their magic, you can feel something reaching out. Sort of a connection that you've made with a lot of your other different kinds of magic. Whenever you intentionally are thinking of attempting to do something and it happens, it's a very, very similar feeling. You can feel that you are reaching towards something, and you can feel something trying to reach back.
Okay. So she'll sort of mess with the dust a little bit. And she's about to try something, but she realizes that she's kind of spent and everybody else is kind of spent, and she probably shouldn't waste her energy testing something out right now, just in case bad things happen around the corner. So she won't do anything yet, but cool. I have one more spell pick that I got at 4th level that she now in-game knows how to do.
Okay. And well, I would also like to say, in addition to that, my question still stands. You feel something reaching out towards you. Do you reach back?
Yeah, curiosity killed the Dragonborn. I don't think she's gonna mess with that one too much. Especially since she knows where we are.
Okay. All right.
You know, Cecily from the first few sessions, absolutely. Not anymore.
Okay. So eventually
She'll kick it and scatter the dust after she notices that.
the connection is severed. That whatever was reaching out is now gone.
Okay. And then I'm gonna walk over to these sarcophagi and be like, "Yep, I was always looking at these." do like a glance back at Poe just to make sure he's still distracted. Just
He's distracted.
good.
Okay. Alrighty. So, you walk over there, and all of the rest of you, what's everybody else doing? Just kind of taking a moment to breathe?
Yeah, Ashima is kind of like in the art. He's just leaning on his quarterstaff, save for his face, which is kind of like a lost puppy right now, looking down anxiously at both paths, hoping Luthien will come down one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sadly,
Bianca
he
was
does
just
not.
checking. Oh, yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good.
Bianca was just checking in on Desmond just because, fuck, that's horrifying. Are you all right?
I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Just the shock
And
of it all?
Yeah, this weird twisted feeling in my stomach, but was kind of my fault. That's the worst part of it.
What did you do? I didn't see what you did. I don't know why you keep saying it was your fault.
There was that sword sitting on that table, and it's like there was this weird small part in the back of my brain that was like telling me that I needed it. I don't even fucking use swords. I don't know why I wanted it so bad. It looked cool. You know, I used my mage hand. I thought it would be more helpful to do that. Try to be careful, but touched it and all those things sprung out and ran after everyone.
Yes, obviously you could have been more careful, but I don't really know how that would have gone otherwise. If those things were summoned by touching the sword, someone was probably going to touch the sword, and we either would have gotten swarmed or what happened would have happened. You know what I mean?
Yes. I mean, I should have let you guys know what was going on.
I mean, that would have been nice, absolutely.
Ashima was about to tell me not to do it. And then I didn't listen to him.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend like it was a smart idea, but not all of this was your fault, and you also didn't intend it.
I guess so.
And we are all okay. Like, there's so much danger in here that someone's gonna stumble on something. And we can't beat ourselves up for every trap we fall into, for whatever reason it might be.
We'll just kind of knees pulled into his chest, give a slight nod. He won't say anything else, but he's gonna focus in on feeling what the heartbeat on his ring feels like.
It is faster, about matching yours.
And he's just gonna like kind of trace around like the gem on it with his like finger, and just sit there.
Bianca is going to get up, kind of like put a hand on his shoulder. Just take all the time you need. And then she's going to walk to explore the room.
Okay. Alrighty. So you make your way into the room, and then Poe and Cecily. I suppose the two of you can go ahead and make investigation checks for me.
Cool.
As you're also investigating these sarcophagi.
Double 19.
7. Wow. These are definitely the two people that should be investigating.
I know, right? Plus 0 squad, unite.
Okay. So, what you can see is, for each of you, as I said before, these are like lidless tombs where there's no seam anywhere on them where you would believe that they could be lifted up or pulled open to see what might be within. There's no way for you to tell. But you do notice on the top of each tomb there is a symbol, and what looks to be some type of runic writing. The symbol is that of a raven, a raven's profile, the beak and the head to the neck. And then there are runic letters written on each one of these 6 tombs, each one different than the last.
Kyo?
Yes.
There's, bit of a pattern going on with these, but I don't want to fuck anything up, so... Do you want to look at this?
Yes, I will. And you can just see her staring at the blade in the wall. And you can see the sword is jammed, several, like almost 2 feet into the wall. This is a very long sword. Yes, I will. And she backs away from the sword and makes her way next to you and begins to go through each one of the names. The names just listing off as she's reading through them. She says, "Here lies Trogant, Kalukatho of the Kalukatho clan, known for his bravery and swordsmanship." Goes to the next one. "Here lies Runir, Kalukatho, known for her intellect and wit," and one by one naming off different names until getting to this last one right here in the back corner. And she says, "Here lies..." You see her stop for a moment. Huh. "Here lies Zetho Kalukatho, father of Mavith Kalukatho, once Grand Master Seer of the clan of Kalukatho, known for his valiant leadership and bravery. That is strange, to say the least. You see, at least what I was always taught is that Zethor was one of Katho Olavai. He was a shaman, but he was also a wanderer, same as me. That he was one who went out into the world to explore, and that he never returned because, well, they never gave a reason. They never gave a reason why. And you can see her just slowly set her hand down on the tomb. What happened here? What happened here? This blade over here, it doesn't make any sense. All of these are written in Giant. And all of these names are familiar. They're all of clan descent, at least. But this blade, it says, not just in giant, but it says in the old tongue, Tiami Avran Vadin Isade Modero. The grave is no bar to my calling. I don't understand what's happening.
Poe is gonna go and look at the blade. I don't know if he'll better understand the implications of everything right now by looking at it, but I'm at least gonna try.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So examining the blade, go ahead and make a history check. You study weapons and armors a lot, being raised by your father. So I'll say make it with advantage. And then what you can do since it didn't. Okay, that's fine too. Wow.
Oh.
Oh. That's so unfortunate. I mean, we still have an emboldening bond. I'm gonna add a D4. If you want.
Does Bianca notice Poe struggling while he's looking at the blade?
I'd say yeah, Poe, as you're sort of looking at it, there's so many things running through your head right now where you can see him like furrowing his brow, trying to study it and getting sort of caught away and glossy-eyed. So yeah, you probably notice him
Okay.
having a bit of an issue, yeah.
Well, then she's gonna go over and, well, he didn't move, but I'm gonna go over to the blade and kind of like look at it myself and see what I can gather, and then maybe the two of us can put it together. Teamwork.
Okay.
I hope so.
Gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Ooh. Oh, sorry, Foundry did a weird thing again. I don't know why it does that every once in a while. Just like once a session, it's just like, yeah, you know what? You're just gonna get a black screen right now.
Oop.
There you go. I'm coming
Hey,
back.
guys. Okay.
I'm returning.
All right. So is that a history check for me?
Yeah, go ahead and make a history check. Sorry, I'm trying to.
No, you're good. Take your time. We need our DM.
There we go. Okay, 18. So just in terms of size and scale, for those of you that have seen Game of Thrones, this blade is about the size of ice. So Ned Stark's sword from the very beginning of the game. It's a huge, massive great sword that seems to be forged from like what looks to be almost like a solid chunk of ice. And Poe, it's been so long since that moment you hadn't made that connection. But Bianca, as you're examining it, it is made of solid chatelaine, that same material that is edging the blade that Poe currently is using. It is entirely made of that. And the runic letters that are on the blade itself, Bianca and Poe, the two of you together, you're not too familiar with the old tongue, as it just was never something that was taught in any of your public education that you would have gotten in Bella Clara. Or private education for you, Bianca. But you read through it, and it is old. You can tell that. Any of the edges of the blade, they seem dulled, at least as dull as they can be. But, yeah, I mean, I'd say you could also tell that it seems as though Bianca and Poe, putting your heads together and sort of looking at the examination of the blade, you can tell that it looks as though it is, at least it is, with your knowledge, it looks like a descendant of a blade from Jormungandr. Very harsh and crude in at least style and form. So it looks like it's a descendant of that style. That very like Nordic looking greatsword.
It's interesting. It's got the same material that your sword does on it, right?
Yes, that's where I've seen this before. How could I have? And he's gonna like pull out his sword and like compare it. Much more of the material, though. That's for sure.
I don't know if that really gives us answers, though. I mean, I don't know much about
Definitely
weapons in
not.
that way.
Poe is gonna pick it up and kind of swing it a little bit, just like testing the weight and whatever. But
Yeah, and Poe, luckily, well, what's your strength score actually? Okay, with an 18, you can just barely swing it.
well, he's gonna put it back down.
Yeah, I mean, you're comfortable with it. Like, you can wield it. It's just very, very heavy.
Yeah, I was just trying to, measure what exactly would swing such a sword and. Okay. If it is a little bit heavier for me, would I be able to swing it effectively?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Since there is a minimum requirement of wielding the sword of having an 18 strength. So, yes, you could.
Okay. Well, he was just trying to test it to see if, he's going to put it back down. And did you say there were, any runes or anything engraved into it?
Yes, they're all, they look giant, but they are much more crude and
that's right.
Older, yeah. As Keothi said, the sides of the blade said, "The grave is no bar to my calling."
Does that phrase ring a bell at all to Bianca for any of old stories or religions and myths?
Make a history check.
Okay.
History time.
History. Where'd it go?
History time.
Oh.
You forget what stories are.
Reading what?
You rack your brain, and it's one of those things where it is like right on the tip of your tongue. You know that there is something that you read, but sometimes in your history class, you just had a really, really bad professor, and sometimes you would just tune out and you do little scribbles in your notebook, and that day you must have you're blanking on what they talked about.
Crap. I know this phrase.
Well,
ask me tomorrow.
Wait.
Remind me of the phrase tomorrow. I will remember. Ask me until I remember.
Well, we could sit here and observe it, but obviously there's some kind of answer in this.
No, I will. I promise. Tomorrow. I will have it tomorrow. She's actually kind of frustrated right now.
Ashima has been listening from the other room, still waiting for Lucius to come back. He'll pick up on this and say, what did it say?
Felicity actually doesn't remember.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh.
No, I don't remember. It was.
But
I can't.
Because I'm also proficient in history, can I make a roll as well?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can make a roll as well, Ashima. Go ahead and make a history check.
Ashima loves poetry and
history.
Oh, wait. Here. Grave is no bar to my calling. That's what it is.
What a badass phrase.
Okay.
So ominous.
All right. Ashima, I see you. Okay.
Hi.
So, you know, Ashima, that over your journey from Loshar through Atarashi and the Three Clans and eventually to Belaclara, obviously poetry related to weaponry was something that had some true weight, especially within the Three Clans. And there was one day when you were stopping at the islands that make up Clan Akai, And they had a similar phrase that my blade will live on past my death. Similar. And you were intrigued, so you decided to investigate a little further. And you eventually found an Atarashan swordmaster who was able to give you information on where that phrase originated from. And it was one of the more unique memories you had from Atarashi, as you recall it, and you almost forgot because it was so long ago, and so much has happened since then. But there were fabled warriors and swordsmiths many, many, many years ago, thousands of years ago, that existed in the southern mountain ranges of Bella Clara. They had an ability to wield and craft swords like none other, chipping away pieces of the mountain and forging them into the blades they would wield into battle. And specifically, they didn't just forge a weapon. They created a piece of themselves. They would pour their essence into their weapons as to have that stronger connection. The blade wasn't a part of them. The blade was them. And let me go ahead and pull all of you to the world map so I can point that out.
Oh, yeah.
That would be right down in this southern mountain range right here. Right where Iverion meets Bella Clara.
Right around here, you say?
Yes, right around there, I say.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
there.
I-
More closer to here.
All right, I didn't mean to start a bit. I just didn't see. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, so,
Also, down here.
down there! Okay.
Ooh.
Yes, down there.
You can tell because there's an axe. Oshima will relate this and say, the epithet on the blade is not for the smith, for the sword itself, and a piece of the soul of the wielder. The Loshari aren't the only ones to attempt to conquer death. There have been many, and this particular one, believe, as was related to me by a Matsurashi craftsman, was possession of southern Bella Clara smith. Smiths who, much like the little Shari, tried to incarnate their soul into something else.
Wait, so are we saying there's some dude's like soul in that sword?
Not the entirety. You've heard of me talk about my reincarnation, yes?
Correct.
I was
refresh
kind of
you.
listening, yeah.
When a body dies, a bit of the soul dies with them. And what constituted that person is divided. Sometimes that arises to a higher plane of Celestia, sometimes to the Hells. And those that learn to control it in life, that energy, us Loshari call it ki, can be directed almost like a canal. You'll never move all the water in one direction. Evaporation occurs, splashing water, pure stubbornness of its low viscosity, yeah, but often you can get the majority to be reincarnated into something else. You're not holding just a blade, you're holding part of someone who once was. Just as I was once someone else.
So, you should probably leave it alone then, right?
On the contrary, I think the sword.
You think they want to be wielded?
It's hard for me to say. You know my aversion to weapons, but yes. So I would say that indeed.
Huh.
I don't know. This is kind of like a resting place. Maybe it's meant to stay here as like its resting place. But also
Could be.
I was thinking that Kyo, you mentioned that there needs to be something living, right? To have that glow you were talking about back when we were above ground. Could this do that? Is this that piece that maybe is keeping that glow?
Perhaps. I do not know, though. This is. You must tell me the full extent of that story in its entirety and every detail, Hashima, because I've never heard of something to that extent. South of Bella Clara in the mountains.
Not quite an Iverion, but nearly.
Yes. Strange indeed. I don't know. Typically, it's hard to say, because the same, at least form, is used when we construct buildings. We leave a part of ourselves with the structure. So perhaps there is a Goliath who crafted buildings and forged blades. But in the southern mountains of Bella Clara, I do not know. Strange.
Maybe they were that like you, like a wanderer, and maybe they crafted it down there, but that's not where they're from. Right?
Perhaps they could have traveled, but well, the forges in Culin de Lar, they are quite particular. You can't exactly create or just set up shop anywhere.
Oh, so this was definitely made in that specific place.
Yes. Or
Hmm.
It would have to be. As, at least to my knowledge, there are no other forges in existence that can craft blades like this other than my home.
Hey, is Luthien still not back?
Ashima was just getting back his pep, and it all drains out of him. No, we referring to Desmond, we have not seen him.
Okay. Kind of feel like it'd be shitty not to wait a little bit, right? I mean, I want to go looking, but where the fuck would we start?
It has been some time, I think.
Yeah, I agree. We do need to progress, but if there's anything I know about crafting blades, it's that they are not crafted to be unused or to rest for long periods of time if they are not sheathed. Maybe we should just bring it with us. And we can study this after we're not in a situation like the one we're in.
Maybe Kyo should hang on to it since she has the least amount of weapons.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
No, Poe, you are a talented swordsman. You should wield it. You have the strength to. I wouldn't feel comfortable using something like that.
Out of character, Evan, you said Poe doesn't really have the strength to, like, mechanically.
No, I think it's.
I
Oh, okay, you do.
Yeah, just barely.
I think he's right at the cusp.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I mean, I might have the strength, but I'm in a Noah.
I'm in a Noah, baby.
Hey!
I can definitely hold on to it, but I'm not sure that I'm comfortable using it just yet. We don't know what it can do, and I'll just hold on to it for now if you won't Keothi, but I won't wield it.
Don't think of the steel. Think of what is imbued in the steel.
Well, okay, if we're gonna just go, then let's at least patch up a little bit, and then I guess just keep going east, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would just like to note that Cecily is looking fucking ragged.
Yeah, if
Oh, so is Bianca.
if there is a
Like,
vote,
this
I do
is-
vote to try and short rest. Though I do know it's kind of urgent. We go and find our missing companion.
Yeah, we've been here a while, and I guess we can wait a little longer.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I'll go either way. If we want a short rest now or short rest after the next one, either way is good with me.
I would like to short rest now.
Raise his hand for short rest.
Yeah, then.
Very
Cecily will sit here.
Oh,
Seeing that Ishima said nice, not mean words to Bianca, she's gonna walk over to him. Just like beeline. And say, hey. Oops, I passed you.
Ashima is tightening some of the binds on his fists to protect him from breaking open his hand when he does armed combat. He's just sitting on the ground there. See, now is not the time.
I don't know when would be a good time then.
Ashima is gonna reach into his pack, and he'll take out the scrolls of the Tongwu Path, and he'll stretch them out. There's like pages attached to them, so it's almost more like a book more than like a Torah combination scroll book. And he'll flip through them and arrive upon illustrations. So you see like these detailed illustrations. They're monochromatic, and in it there is two figures fighting a many-headed and many-armed beast that can't quite be called man. Shima will point to it and say, What do you see here?
It looks like a monster.
Who is the monster?
I don't know.
That's precisely the problem. This was me. He'll point to one of the shorter figures fighting the many-armed beast. This was my master, pointing to the other. Many, many lifetimes ago, when we formed Loshar, when we formed the Tongwu path, we had to fight many demons, internal and external, to do so. They are our sworn enemy, not perhaps as notable as that of the paladins and servants of the gods, but nonetheless, still our enemies. It's one of the only reasons that within our doctrine we allow violence as a last resort. Still allowed, unlike Keothi's people. Or path, rather. I ignored when you and I were transported to a plane of what was undoubtedly one of the hells. I ignored when you progressed into blood magic after seeing what it had done to Rose, maiming her for life. I forgave all of these transgressions because I knew you had a good heart. And I believe a good heart will always triumph over evil. That's the only weapon that needs used. But now, I don't see you stumbling through these things. I see you embracing them, taking the form of your master.
You think that's my master?
Call them what you may, you use their power.
Okay, and she's gonna sit Indian style and pull out next to him and pull out her Blood Hunter book. Actually, and then she's gonna flip to the pages about being, or the Fiend Hunter. I'm doing the same thing you did ages ago. I'm trying to fight my own demons. And she's gonna shut the book quickly. You're welcome to figure out more about me when you ask, and don't point a weapon at me. I don't think I deserve that kind of treatment when I've never treated you that way. And now she's going to stand up and walk away.
He'll just keep doing his vines.
Okay. Nima, you see her stand up and walk away. With that, as all of you are taking these final moments of your rest before moving on, that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break. Whew, sorry for going a little bit over there for break time. But we'll take a break right there. We'll be back in 5-10 minutes. So go get some snacks, and we'll be back. Alrighty.
Oh, snack time.
Snack time. boy, we are back. Hello, welcome back.
Drop them snacks.
Yes, drop the snacks in the chat, whatever you got. I have white cheddar popcorn that I will not be eating during the stream because that'd be terrible of me to do. Because this isn't an ASMR D&D channel. This is a regular ASMR channel. You guys have all been pranked. D&D. I do have
Dropping my snacks.
I do have
We'll drop them on the floor.
Diet Cherry Pepsi though. That's what I do have. Luckily, people on the stream can't hear the ice. That's a good relief. Okay, but yes, if you have a snack, if you happen to get one over the break, drop it in the chat, and be happy to rate your snacks, I suppose.
My chili was delicious.
Yes. Okay, so with that, I think that we should go ahead and dive in. Oh, let's stop playing that. That's not necessary right now. I guess what we can do is, while I'm doing the recap, let's go ahead and play this music and see if this part of the video gets copy striked, and I will know. So, with that, let's go ahead and dive in. Oh, before we dive in, let's roll the intro. Woo!
Insensitive.
What's going on here?
Very insensitive indeed. Okay, all right, we're back. We're speaking Valyrian in case you didn't speak that conlang. Okay, so diving back in where we left off. Yeah. So last we had left off, picking up right where we left off. The group of you having made your way through parts and room after room after room of this terrible abandoned keep, you now find yourselves going through what seems to not only be a ruined keep, but also a time capsule of history. Something lost and forgotten that people have just been trying to build over and use as a temporary hideaway without actually delving in deep to see what existed below here, for obvious reasons as to what is exactly protecting the truth of this place. And all of you feel as though you are a step closer to uncovering those hidden truths, where as of right now you found ancient tombs dedicated to that of the Kalukatho clans, a supposed clan of Goliaths, at least as far as this would have you believe, who called this place home. And what you also found was a weapon, a blade, that was forged not just as a blade, but as something, made with a shard of someone or something that has inscribed on the blade, in the old tongue, Tiami avan varden isadi modero, or in the common tongue, the grave is no bar to my calling. So, picking up from there, the group of you, Poe especially, decided to take that blade and at least study it over the course of the short rest that all of you were taking. So, Poe, I have a question for you as we jump back in. You can feel this blade try to make a connection with you. You can feel this blade, it wants to connect to you. So my question to you, Poe, is as you, all of you have moved away, just breathing, taking a moment to rest. Oh, do you allow that blade to connect with you?
I think in the process of trying to understand the blade and, like I said earlier, try to understand or figure out the implications of it in the context of where we found it, I think Poe, feeling that, would at least accept it to try and learn more about it.
All right. So as you're sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room, blade on your lap, you breathe and you focus. You study the weapon and the feeling it gives you. And as you are studying it, you feel that connection and you embrace it. You embrace the connection. You feel a bit of a warmth. Although the touch of the blade is cold, you feel warmth grab hold of you. And from the blade itself, you can see these wispy columns of snow begin to twirl around the center of the blade and drift away from you. And those drifts of snow and ice coalesce into a person sitting not but a foot in front of you. A large, large man of light blue complexion with this fiery red beard and hair like the mane of a lion. You see this tattoo on the front of his chest that looks to be a tree, a great tree, that spreads across and glows with a teal blue light. As he sits in front of you, let me go ahead and show you what you see. Show to players. Share with all.
Oh, he's cool looking.
Very cool looking.
Love this art. Love it.
So, as he sits in front of you, you see his eyes were closed, but then they open, and these beams of red light douse you. You can feel that warmth that was like dipping your feet in a warm stream on a cold evening turns into a hearth in a home. And you can see this large man stare at you, cock his head up to one side. What is your name?
My name is Pawasa.
You hesitate. Why?
Well, I'm not exactly sure who I believed I was is actually who I am. I used to tell people that I'm Pawasa Inoa. But I'm not sure how true that is.
I have heard of Inoa. And he sort of looks you up and down. Prove you are worthy of that name and of that blade, and you will learn more of your fate. With that, with each blinking of the eyes, that warmth goes away, till eventually they blink, coalesce into snow like pillars, and reform back into the blade as the spirit fades away. So Poe, with that, you feel the energy of the blade fade away, and with that, you are currently attuned to it.
Well, Poe's gonna blink an awful lot and look around to see if anyone else saw that.
To the rest of you, you did not see that.
Yeah, Cecily's just like struggling to tie her boot or something.
Yeah, well, a little bit more intrigued, obviously. I was going to continue looking at it and
So the gift.
continue studying it.
Tracing your fingers up and down the blade, feeling those runes, and at first you were able to read the runes because, or at least able to understand them because of Keothi. Being attuned to the blade now, though, you can read the runes. You know exactly which rune stands for the and grave and no and is and to and my and calling. And that word, calling. Isa Indi, calling. Calling. To what? To where? To who? Word 6 with you. Calling. But now, you're able to read the old tongue. So also, going up to any of the tombs, you can read the names.
Yeah, if it's definitely clear now, he's definitely going to study those names.
Mm-hmm.
Having just looked at it moments before and being a little clueless.
So as I said, each one, obviously there are the 5 that Keothi read aloud. That of... there we go. Zestor, for 1. And then Rasar, and Hikaros, Vogi, Sobrog, and Vredthor. 5 names sticking out to you. Each one renowned for something, whether it be wit and intelligence, or charm and musical talent, or swordsmanship and chivalry. All of them renowned for something. But all of them of this clan. Kalukatho. And strange. Very strange. You now have this connection there. This strength, this bond.
Very cool. I guess I'll because Poe definitely, part of the reason he even bothered to study the sword was definitely to give us answers, but specifically give Keothi answers about what's going on here. So he's definitely going to convey what he saw to Keothi.
You saw what? Well, did he tell you a name?
He asked for mine and told me it's a name that I should live up to. And by living up to that, I may also become worthy of such a blade as this, but...
Very interesting. Well, it is no secret that the Anoa and those of the clans of Quintilar had many relations. It's very interesting. I told you the blade was a good fit for you. She kind of smiles. pats your head. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't do that to an Anoa. And she places her fist on the opposite side of her heart, gives you a small head nod.
Poe's going to return same gesture, but for the record, he did like the pat.
That's a quote.
For the record. Oh, thanks, Wukong boy. Appreciate it. Okay, so with that, the group of you, what's going on? Where are you going now?
But near the end of the short rest, Shima will kind of sigh to himself, and he'll go over to Bianca, and he'll, regardless of her reaction, he'll say, "I apologize. I may not approve of what you do, but I approve of you more." And to kind of show it, he's actually going to use 2 key points because he got all of them back.
Oh.
There you
Ooh.
go. And heal you for...
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
Damn.
Wow.
With friends like these,
No,
who needs
that
a cleric? Yeah.
Friendship.
Well, I did use 2 key points for that, so...
Yeah. That's half
You
his
better
score.
not fucking die, Felicity.
What?
You better not fucking die after that.
Well,
You owe
happened?
Connor 2 key points.
And you better not make Connor die because he gave you 2 key points.
This is true.
I get shot later. Watch.
Oh my god.
By
Hell.
Bianca, since she's the only person with a gun. Wouldn't that be the ultimate tragedy?
Oh, wait, well... I didn't mean that. I mean, like, maybe, and... possibly. But yeah, he'll extend a hand and heal her, and then realizing that he can't really help her up because he's 2 feet shorter, he'll drop her hand again, or like drop his hand. Oh,
Bianca will smile and say, "I forgive you, and while I also don't agree, I do understand. Thank you."
then we don't only have faith in each other.
I've always had faith in you.
Likewise.
Alrighty. So with that, all of you pick yourselves back up, and you begin to head towards...
Desmond has been asleep this whole time.
Oh,
Wakey, wakey!
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
It wasn't a nightmare, Desmond. We gotta keep going.
it's just reality.
Nightmare.
Desmond, you're currently back in Water's Wake, punching away at people,
Punching away, people.
having a good time. And then you
I hear Ashima go, wakey, wakey. Jumps awake. He was definitely sleeping with his dagger in his hand. Well, he didn't mean to fall asleep. He's sleeping with his dagger in his hand and wakes up and does one of those, who, what? And he points it like at all of you who are just like surrounding him.
I'm gonna
It's you.
I'm just gonna very slowly and deliberately float the mage hand towards Desmond and then just flick him. Just one of
Lucky
those
I don't have.
thumb and forefinger flicks. Just
You're lucky I don't have the energy to do the same to you. And he's gonna.
yeah, that's why I did
pull
it.
himself up. Oh, are you ready to keep going?
Looks
Well,
like it.
No, but yeah.
No Luthia still? He kind of looks around, peeks around the corners.
I imagine if
I
he,
didn't.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna say that I didn't see him up where I was. So if anything, he can only be this way. And he kind of just looks into the hallway to the east.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to add to that. I'm going to assume that he didn't pop up anywhere he had already explored, or else he would have already found his way back to us like you did. So.
I was fortunate. I mean, I wasn't, but I was.
More fortunate than him.
While we're talking about Luthien, Bianca's just gonna look at Keothi and see if she can kind of get a read on how Keothi's feeling. Because
Oh.
Bianca doesn't want to bring anything up, if you know.
Yeah, there's a reason Keothi's not saying anything. She is.
I mean, that's Bianca too, but
Yeah, she's silently objecting to any empathy for that man.
oh crap! Bianca's going to be toying in herself to see if she should bring up anything, since assuming he's not around anywhere to hear, this might be a good time to bring it up, but okay. Bianca's gonna sigh. Hey guys. Keothi and I have kind of noticed something about Luthien. He seems a little, maybe a little gray on his, loyalty to us and his real reasons for being down here. I was trying to keep an eye on him because, you know, hunches can sometimes be wrong, but some stuff is just not adding up. And I didn't want to, like, you know, if he's, you know, truly an ally, I didn't want to ostracize him, but I just think since this, you know, he's not around, I just wanted to bring up these concerns about him in case we run into him or find him doing something down here that's not good, that no one's shocked.
So you think he's lying?
I don't know. Keothi brought up the fact of, like, he abandoned the Brotherhood, who seems to be a pretty tight group, to come down here with us. When he said he left because he was too scared and horrified. But he also doesn't know about Daku at all. He only knew about, you know, Loth and how these things are similar. So there was that inconsistency. But then there was when he was aiming at something that was attacking Cecily. I don't think he intended to miss based off of his reaction to him missing. And then the reason why I was reluctant to go back here to the sarcophagi is I wasn't sure if he knew that it would be a dangerous trap. And we found the sword, which seems to be like a clue, but we didn't find a rune. So... And Keothi, you know, noticed some things too. I just wanted everyone to know, I guess, kind of the concerns.
I think your suspicion is well placed, but I suppose it'll all depend on whether or not we can find him again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whether he's lying or not, I'm sure we'll find out what happened to him.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but if he is alive and unharmed, which I do still hope for, I think we have more reason to subscribe to your theory.
I trust
I-
your intuition, Bianca. So
I tried to not, jump to conclusions and just kind of wait and listen, but I really trust Keothi. And really getting strange vibes from him.
Oh, why is today so long?
To be honest, Bianca, I noticed you looking at him all the time, and I thought you were gonna say something about how you liked him or something. I saw you keep looking at him, so I was just wondering if, Bianca's got the hots for Luthien, but
Bianca's gonna make an overly animated, disgusted face at the thought.
Yep. Same with Cecily. Ugh.
Uh-huh. In a deep, dark tunnel, that would be definitely the first thing on my mind. Not the spiders or the
love
other shit.
finds a way.
I'm not sure that's characteristic to Bianca or normal people, in fact. But particularly not to Bianca.
I mean, I don't know. I've never felt anything like that anyway, so I don't know how it works.
Fuck me either.
Anyway,
Okay. So,
guess we're gonna walk now.
Yeah.
hang in the air with that.
Yeah, that's the mood going
Desmond
forward.
is secretly proud of how uncomfortable he just made everybody.
Good.
Hey guys, we're in the shape of a penis.
Yeah, we
No, it's
No.
a scorpion.
That's definitely a dick.
It's a phallic scorpion.
There we go. That's a little better.
There you go. Now you're a spaceship.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
No, what you? No! We're moving away from that. Okay, so with that, moving all of you to where you would have been before. You guys were about right there. Okay. So that is where you had left off. Making your way back there.
Last we left off.
No. You're about 4 hours too late.
Damn.
Okay. So with that,
Well, the only way is forward, really, huh? The east.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like it.
Oh. Alright then. Guess we continue on.
okay.
Not that you don't. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say Desmond does snap Maggie back onto his shoulder. Not that I need the token if we're gonna keep going, but
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, as all of you continue forward, getting about, I'd say, here,
Oh, stone again.
you can. What in the world? What? Oh, that's weird. Okay. So getting about there, all of you can start to hear, as you're walking through these stone parts of the corridor, you can hear what sounds like fighting
Oh, hey.
happening in that corridor. And you can see, and eventually as it comes in to view, I would probably say Poe and Cecily being at the front corner right here, you can see Luthien in that room fighting one of those giant humanoid spider creatures, and then eventually with one twirl and a strike, you can see him giving off some flourish of his one of his blades, and there is this discharge of magical energy off of his sword that almost looks like a smite, but not exactly, as it discharges and slams into the creature. The creature is torn apart in this like shard of darkness and just completely ripped away and destroyed by Luthien, as he then, after that blow, sort of falls down onto the ground on one knee. And you see him like clutch over at his side. And not noticing all of you, you can see him make his way over here and climb up some type of ledge. And hear the what sounds like some type of anchor, or not anchor, but like hinge, like a hinge opening, and you hear him go, "Oh, there it is. Well, hopefully they're all right. That would be very good. They're okay." You hear him reach in, grab something, and then are all of you moving forward?
Maybe.
Sorry, I was muted. Poe is totally sprinting after him.
Okay, yeah.
Especially after seeing he was hurt.
Okay. So Poe, you
Seeing
like,
that Poe does that,
Huzzah.
Desmond will follow.
all right, Desmond, you
Yeah.
also run in there. Okay.
Let's
Might
have
as
you
well.
there.
Keothi will approach apprehensively.
Bianca is gonna be with Keothi.
And I'm gonna run up to Luthien and ask him if he's alright, because obviously I saw him almost. Like, just look at him. Looks like he's doing terrible.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna look at him.
So, as you approach Poe, and sprint in, he says, "Oh, I am so glad to see. Oh, Shima, Desmond, Cecily." And then slowly, Keothi and Bianca walk in. Keothi and Bianca, I am fine. That creature, it continued to try and choke me out, but luckily I was able to disarm it, but and kill it. I made my way here, but as soon as I got to here, that door was open and I saw the chest, so I thought, well, maybe I could have done this. I could have snuck in, but that creature, it saw me and it attacked. Luckily, I was able to defeat it, and yeah, I have this, but I am very badly hurt.
Can I, can I, like, having been attacked by one of these things, can I, like, look at his wounds and see if it looks like he's telling the truth?
Yeah, go ahead and make a medicine check.
Okay. Yes, proficient.
Oh man. Also, thank you. I also didn't see the Mandy. Thank you for the follow an hour ago, and then Valk4CO. I'm probably not saying that right, but thank you for the follow right now. If you want to give me a phonetic pronunciation, I promise I'll do better next time. Okay, so medicine 17. Okay. The wounds look like cuts and slashes. Very, very similar to what looked to be the short sword and the garrote. You can see that there are cuts and slashes all along the thighs and on the arms. And you can see, with a 17, you can see some puncture wounds in his arms that almost look like teeth biting into something. But there's just a little bit of issue with consistency. Cecily got bit by one of those things, and you looked at her wounds, and they weren't so much gashes as they were tears. Where these are like small precision, like little like thin tears, but Cecily's arm was busted up pretty bad, and it was almost as equally bruised as it was tore up. Luckily, with your medicine ability, you were able to patch her up, but this is just different.
All right. I will play into this and say, Poe and I are able to heal you up. Where did the spider bite you?
It got me right in my arm, right here. But then mostly there were these. I don't know if this was a different subspecies, but as you can see it is much smaller. And also it had these sharp talons that it had on its hands that caused most of the scrapes here.
Well, still, I don't know how you managed to do that on your own, but here. And Poe's going to take his hammer and do lay on hands.
Okay, how many hit points?
On hammer.
Let's do enough to get him a little good. I'm gonna do
He has 39 hit point maximum.
I think do I roll for this?
Nope, you just say however
For
many hit
that.
points out of a pool of 40, I think it is right now.
Got it. I'll go ahead and give him 10.
Okay.
And also while I'm working on him, I'm going to give Bianca kind of a look of confusion, as in like I don't know what to believe.
Yeah,
If a look can even convey that.
I'll come over and I'll clean his wounds, but I won't be healing him.
Okay. All right.
Just like with a rag, I'll just kind of help him out. No
So-
magical healing for you today.
I'll say that's good enough for 1 hit point. As you're cleaning the wounds, he says, "Thank you, Ashima. It is true what they say about, you and your reincarnations."
I suppose most of that vigor you're feeling is from Poe's hammer. Anyone with a rag can do this.
Yes, you are right, but not many would do it for a drow. My people are looked down on by most. We are seen as... I'm sure you've heard the tales. In all honesty, you are some of the first people I have met who have not met me with distrust.
This is a shame. Truly sorry.
What are you sorry for? You did nothing. It's a curse of my birth being from the Underdark. I have grown to deal with it, but it's good to know when you are in friendly hands.
Joe, is Bianca hearing this?
Yeah.
How much is he milking? Because she would know if he's milking.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Okay.
Keothi will also make an insight check.
Good, because she's wise. I am not.
Ooh.
8,
Big old 8.
and then
Oh no.
insight +7 for her.
If she wants help to know if he's milking, I know.
Dang it.
Damn it.
Okay. You can see Keothi's like brows furrow, but she didn't say anything.
So, where did that thing take you?
Down the hall a little bit here. I saw to the north. I'm not exactly sure what I saw to the north. I looked out and I pushed a little forward and I heard something. I don't know. It was granular and cruel sounding. I saw large cases and alchemy. What are they called? Albinics, the vials that feed into other ones boiling underwater. Brewing potions, but the most disturbing thing was there were these jars full of pieces. I couldn't see what was there, but I could hear it. Groaning and humming and murmuring to itself. I decided that that was not the way to go without all of you. So I headed down here, and I walked for a while, maybe 5 or so minutes. And along the way I found one room that I didn't investigate, but it was odd. I could feel a warmth coming from there. And I could smell grass, like a garden.
So, you killed that thing and this thing?
I did not kill that thing, no. Like I said, I did not see it. I heard it, and considering everything that was in there, I decided to turn and hope that that was not the thing that was in between you and I. You all and I should say.
I wish you were as fortunate as Desmond to have found your way back, because I hate that you had to face that thing alone.
No, do not worry about it. It was stupid of me to try and do this on my own. I felt a great deal of shame ever since coming down here. I ran away once, and now I'm driven to do this again. I know it may seem strange, turning my back on the Brotherhood, and believe me, I believe in what they believe in, but you see, I spent my entire young life fighting for a house, being a slave to masters who wanted me to kill and slaughter. That's all I was good for. And it seemed like I never saw that side of her, but she truly is a warmonger, as you said, Ashima. Willing to look past the good for what she thinks is right. I could not allow that to pass. I had to do what was good, as Palo guides me.
Did you hear anything we were saying a little bit ago?
What do you mean?
Cecily just said that to throw him off. I want to observe him very closely.
Make an insight check,
Because-
Cecily.
Because holy fuck, did he just bring up every detail we just
Yep.
talked about 10 minutes ago like it was on
That
a
was
list.
very convenient. Oh no!
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I don't know, is that worthy of a
point.
point of luck?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Why would it not be? Very important.
Better.
Is it worth another point of luck?
Also,
And
by
I
the
don't
way,
know.
thank you, the Mandy. I'm very proud of the light up characters too. I think they're one of my favorite things. I am very ecstatic to hear you say that. I've never heard it called Joe Witchcraft. I want to coin that
should
phrase.
be.
Yeah, it should. I'm the one who invented it. Just kidding. Okay. Yeah, Cecily, he seems genuine. He really does. It is convenient, but I mean, you immediately kind of feel bad because, like he said, as a drow, he's just always stereotyped that way. People always assume that of him. And he's done nothing but try and help you guys.
Okay. So, when he asks what, I'll just kind of, yes, nothing, whatever, and I'll just walk off.
I'm sorry. Bianca begins to slam her head into the wall. Okay.
Just kidding. That's Felicity. Felicity is slamming her head into the stone wall. Bianca feels like it, but she's not.
Welcome to the club, Nalfian. Heck yeah, Nalfian.
Yeah, I think slamming your head on the wall would be a bit of a tell.
Be aggressive.
Maybe you don't want to be that upfront.
Is there something wrong, Bianca?
Oh my god.
What's wrong?
I have
What is going
extremely
on?
painful headaches suddenly.
Oh, why is
that's
this
fine.
migraine so
I'm not
bad?
the doctor, but this will not help.
Well, I'm also a highly trained medical doctor.
Oh, that's so fucking convenient.
Look, my degree is right here. I happen to bring it just in case.
I went to Juilliard, yeah.
What else can you pull out of your ass, Lucius?
All right, let's stop shit talking, Lucius. You guys are just profiling right now, and that's not cool.
Oh yeah.
You guys are racist. This is a bro. Listen, this is only for the bros in the room and the marginalized races only.
All right.
God.
Guess I'll see myself out.
Yeah, get out of
During
here.
that
I'm always getting the
entire
short stick.
conversation, Desmond, who has like no social skills at all, was just like looking back and forth between Lucius to Bianca and Keothi, back to Lucius, back to Bianca and Keothi, just having no social awareness, no clue what's going on, doesn't know what to believe.
Oh,
Real quick, Joe. This is like a platform that we're on right now.
Yeah, exactly. You can go
Okay.
down the stairs. Lucius was able just to kind of like sit down and slide off.
I should not. I'm gonna respect the stage.
Oh wait, did Desmond see Lucius do that?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Desmond
he's got
definitely like does like a tumble roll off of it
Oh, no,
and lands on
respect
his feet.
Respect the stage.
Seeing you do
Did
that,
we-
Lucius will turn around and go, well, that was very impressive, Desmond.
Oh,
I would have tried to do the same, but my wounds are preventing my acrobatic nature.
I see, that's where we're different. Is the wounds
I'm not
wouldn't have
wounded.
stopped me from being cool.
All right, fuck, Desmond. Look, we're either gonna die down here, or I'm gonna get to go sleep in a warm bed tonight, and I want to do both of them very soon. Okay, so let's just go, please.
Did we grab who has the rune that was in the chest?
Lucius does right now.
Who
It's
has
the...
the other ones?
No, that's a good point. Because right now you guys have the blue one, the red one, and the green one. The only one you're missing is the yellow one.
And is Keothi holding on to the other two?
That'd probably make the most sense, yeah.
Okay. Which rune did you find, Lucius?
For the green one, it seems to be the symbol of a raven.
Oh, perfect. Well, Keothi can hold on to it since she's got all the others, and then we can move on.
Yes, of course. Here you are, Keothi. Hands it to her. You can see him sort of wince a little bit, grabbing his abdomen. Keothi grabs it. Sorry. Kind of cracks his neck a little bit. Shall we continue forward? I must say so, just it's a word of warning. Whatever exists past here, aside from that smell of grass I found, this seems like it is dangerous, so be ready for the worst.
Well,
Yeah, that's
Cecily's
new.
here, so you don't have to be prepared for anything worse than that.
Well, Desmond, I don't think that now is the appropriate time for joking.
Now is always the appropriate time for
Yeah, fuck. Might as
yeah,
well.
Cecily.
Every joke can be the last. And she'll dramatically leave the room. She's so tired of this shit. So much bullshit in one morning.
It's only like 2 o'clock, isn't it?
It's only like 2 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Fuck. Fuck, I want to go
It's a
home.
Friday too. Huh, fuck.
Oh, geez, you want to go home early?
Alrighty. So with
Alright,
that,
well,
Come on,
let's-
bud.
move forward. So,
Okay. Should we light new torches? Get a couple
Probably
more.
by now, yeah.
yeah. Here, let me
A couple more.
extinguish and
group.
relight, and then Poe. Poe, are you using the greatsword, or are you continuing to use your longsword?
I was figuring, he said I have to become worthy of the blade, so he would use his own until something in him felt worthy of using the other one.
Okay, cool. All right, let me add the greatsword to your inventory. That just means you can't hold a torch as well. And then I just need to edit the greatsword. So, the greatsword does do straight 2d6 cold damage.
Wow.
And it doesn't have a magical bonus, but it is magical for the sake of overcoming magical resistances.
Nice. Cold sword. That's your theme.
Cold swords.
It's kind of
Sword
the
Creamery.
theme across my last few characters, honestly.
Yeah.
Alrighty, cold greatsword. You haven't learned its true name yet.
I can't wait.
Shiver Senior.
Oh,
Shiver
that's
Senior.
gross.
Yes.
Gross.
Grandpa
Oh,
Shiver.
God. I want to shudder.
I'm gonna have to find gloves outside this dungeon to be able to use it.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. So, with that, all of you decide to move forward?
Yeah. We'll just get... Cecily can carry a torch, and then just one other person should be fine. However we decide to split
Yeah.
that up. We still have like 40, so I think
Yeah.
we're good.
Yeah, Keothi is wielding the other torch.
Cool.
Okay. So with that, all of you continue to make your way up and away. So eventually walking down this small corridor here, eventually you... Oh, corridor's a little narrow. Starting to get a little squishage there. You start to get to a point where you can feel that smell of grass in this area in particular. And a small bit of warmth in this extremely cold area. Specifically, that smell of grass is coming from right in this direction over here.
Just like, since Bianca's pretty close to the entrance down that way, can she see anything just like glancing? She's not trying to poke her head in, but just kind of get an idea.
Yeah. So right over here, you can see that there are small tufts of green grass that are growing out of the cavern floor.
That's strange since there's no sun.
Are you reaching an entrance or something?
Well, does it sound like there's outdoor noises? Or do we just smell grass?
Just the smell of grass.
I don't think so. What do we think, gang? Grass or move on?
Grass.
All right.
Yeah, we should see whatever's going on in these places.
Okay. So, making your way through that small entryway. The odd thing about this area in particular is you can see that this wall in particular, where some of them look to be as if they were just natural erosion, especially of those creatures, this one in particular seems as though it was broken down forcefully. Like as if bodies were pushed up against the wall to tear it down, where there are very sharp, jagged edges of stone sticking out of the sides of the wall. And it is a little alarming at first because it seems as though whatever is in here, typically those large spider-like creatures soften out those areas via erosion, but these holes are still hard and jagged.
Jeez.
What the fuck moved through here?
Looks like they may have been trying to escape something.
Suddenly, I don't have such a good feeling about this room.
Yeah. I'm
This
okay
is-
with just turning around on this one unless we need to.
This might be a strange question, but does the grass seem like regular grass or like, because it's growing with no sun, is it like different?
Make a nature check.
Well,
Is it different grass or is it grass?
this is like when Elwyn asked, "What kind of dirt is this?"
Dirty dirt.
Ooh.
Okay.
Apparently, I know.
It
Dirty.
is
Tucky
definitely not grass. It is magical grass, that's for sure, as it doesn't need sun to grow. There's something more here that is that's giving it life, and it is just getting a little bit closer as to just touch one of the small blades of grass. There is a bit of warmth and comfort to it, and it's very soft, very, very, very soft. But it is inviting.
If I reach down and like pluck a blade out, does anything happen?
The grass monster comes out. You ate my
I just didn't know if it like
grass!
died right away. Or anything.
No. You pick a small blade of grass, and as soon as you pluck it from the ground, it does wither and die. But stays physical. It's still there. It's just dead now.
I'm gonna take a couple blades out and like put them in a small vial and like put it into one of my pouches,
Okay.
just for studying later, maybe.
Yeah.
Cave grass.
Cave grass.
Well, this might be kind of obvious.
Grass.
Oh my god. But I think whatever is down here is the cause of the grass, so we can assume a little bit from maybe what we'll find down there, just based on the fact that there's magical grass.
I must say, it's good to see something living down here.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
I have a random question for you, Joe.
Yeah.
Like
What's up?
lore, I guess.
What's up?
Or maybe magic, the way the magic works. So you can have undead creatures. Can you have undead plants? And I know Desmond wouldn't know this, but like, can undeath work on plants?
Yeah, because they're like rotted tree ants.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's what this is. It was just a thought that I had
No,
with
yeah.
the undead Goliath, and then
Yeah, that is a very interesting question.
Yeah.
I've never thought about it.
Yeah, like the swamp monsters, you know? Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
So, see, as all of you are going back and forth, you can see Luthien. He pipes up and says, "Yes, but I suppose that my only concern would be some things that might seem inviting, truly feigned. Like, I'm assuming all of you know about anglerfish.
Yeah.
No.
What?
They are fish that have a large sort of bulb of light that comes down off of their forehead, and it serves as a trap for fish and other creatures.
So fish swim up, they see the light, but they don't see the face of the anglerfish, which is this gnarled, terrible, tooth-gnashing creature that, as soon as they approach the light, it eats them.
That's fucking terrifying. What the hell?
My point
But
exactly.
I agree. That's my concern with this as well. It's luring us in to keep us somewhere.
Perhaps let's keep going down this corridor and return if we need to.
I think that's a
You
good
can always
idea.
send Maggie.
Maybe it's
Oh.
better to not poke around quite yet unless we need to.
Exactly. Best to push forward, and hopefully this is a last option.
Could be really cool. You never know.
Desmond,
Desmond,
I
I think
hate
you.
to-
No, I know. I don't
I'm
want to
glad
hear it.
Aletheus I'm glad Aletheus has my back. Second dad.
Okay.
How does Keothi feel about the grass based on just Bianca looking at her?
Well, that's a great question. But wait, where's her token? What?
I thought
She's
you
there.
She's there.
Yeah, she's right there.
She's
Oh,
across.
Listen,
That's
Oh,
Bianca.
Easter,
You
me.
moved me.
Oh, there you go. She was underneath Poe for me. Okay, there we go.
Oh, she was
Yeah.
on top of Poe
Okay.
for us.
Yeah, same.
She kneels down towards the grass, and she herself is going to make a history check. Papa Booey, Papa Booey. Okay, it's 21.
Possession 25 grass. Oh my god.
So. I don't know if we should be wary of this grass.
Really?
It is used not in such small quantities as this back in my home, but there are gardens underneath the mountains. They use no water, they use no sun, but there are stones in there that have a tether to the elemental plane of earth, that give life and growth to the things around it, tied to the mother of mountains herself. I understand why, to a layman's eye, it may seem hateful and cursed, but I think that it is something warm and welcoming for a reason.
I mean, there's something kind of beautiful about life, kind of just springing up, and something as dark and old as this place is, even if it's not supernatural.
I trust Keothi. There's no use prevaricating about the grass. We ought to see it after all then.
If that is what Keothi thinks is correct, this is the home of her people. I'm willing to trust her.
I agree. I think if Keothi feels comfortable, then you know, it's probably okay.
So then she'll slowly approach this doorway, which seems to be that of just not like a normal door, but a solid slate of stone with those same runes inscribed on it, except in the center there is one solid rune of green in the shape of a raven's profile. She reaches in and grabs the rock. Well, here's hoping. She sets it on the doorway and turns it, and As she does, the runes all along the door begin to shift with each turn of the rock. And you can see that she just begins, almost as if she were unlocking a combination of a safe. She twirls it one way and then another until all of the runes line up and click. And the door, there is a line that forms in the center and it cracks and splits open. And there is this breath of fresh air that begins to fill the chamber. As looking forward, you can see inside this room a collection of trees and grass and life inside this chamber. And in the center of it all is a stone, almost like a small obelisk, tilted up and covered in moss and grass, a beacon of life in this dull, dark crypt. Well, it seems as though it's similar to my home. If I am assuming correctly, then we may be able to shut it. And if we can shut it, we might be able to rest. If Luthius is correct and there is great terrors and darkness in front of us, perhaps we should use the shelter of my people. I suppose that my only issue with that is these things. How long will it take them to realize that we've killed the others in their home? Or your home? Their temporary stay? If they know that we are here, and we shut the door, what is to prevent them from doing some type of surprise attack? Planting traps. Who knows, maybe there are spellcasters that can conjure wards in front of the door.
I can leave Maggie on the outside, and if anybody comes in, we'll know. And
I think that this could be a wonderful place to rest, but we should explore the rest first. Or at least more than we already know.
I don't think I agree with you. I think Keothi's right. We've all been beat to shit 3 times in a row, I think.
I kind of like what Desmond's saying. Yes, there is a chance that we could maybe, get ganged up on, but there's also the fact that we're kind of running on our last, like, low steam for sure. Like, I don't know how much longer we can hold this up. And if we explore more, we run the risk of running into more things and maybe not being able to get back here.
Yeah, I don't know how many things like what happened, an hour or 2 ago we can do in a day.
Why is this like the only place that isn't fucked up though, you know? I mean, the cult had to know about this place, right? And they were hiding all the other orbs, so why did they just leave this here?
If it's something so dark and terrible that this supposed Dark One, as you call him, if he left it alone, or they left it alone, is it really something we should be tampering with?
I don't know, but is there a safer place to rest a while? Because assuming that it has been tampered with, so is everywhere else. And at least here we could shut ourselves in.
At best, this is an oasis for us to stay at. At worst, it's no worse than the rest of this place.
No, but Desmond, that is my worry. You said, at worst, it's no worse than the rest of this place. But what if it's worse than everything we've encountered so far? I mean, you flicked a sword with a mage hand, and you and I almost died. I just don't know if we should be charging into something else. But I apologize. I'm letting my fervor get the best of me. I wish to see this place cleansed, and I hate to see us succumb to anything that might be of dark nature. Whatever
Keothi?
all of you wish to do, I will do.
At the end of the day, if Yothi trusts it, I trust it.
Keothi, based on what we've seen throughout this entire place, are the things that seem familiar and homelike to you, have they been dangerous? And the things that seem unfamiliar, the dangerous stuff? Like the sword Poe found? Like, the sword isn't dangerous, but that's what I mean. We found that, and it seems to be good, but it was here residing as well, I assume untampered. And then now we found this. So this actually isn't the first piece of good we've really found down here, surprisingly. Am I correct?
She nods, and you can see she's just, like, staring down Luthien.
Correct. So, being logical about this, we could assume that this place is safe. And before we charge into anything that could be dangerous, it would be best to rest. As you said, Luthien, you and Desmond almost died, and I would like to make sure that both of you stay living. And if I was wrong, I will do everything in my power to make sure that all of you make it out alive. But if I'm right, all of us will be rested and prepared for whatever that great horror was that you saw lurking northward. If that is what everyone wishes to do, that is what we will do. I'm merely trying to look at this from all angles. That is all. If Keothi trusts it, same as you, I trust it as well.
Would everybody feel more comfortable if I had Magnolia go in ahead of time and dance around a little bit?
Her name is Magnolia now.
It's been her name, you fucking shit.
You told me. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think
Send
Maggie was fucking short for?
Okay.
Maggie.
Magazine, that's beside the point. I don't know if I feel any better with it going in there, but be what may, if we're going to rest, we should do it.
I'm going to pick Maggie off of my shoulder and kind of let her scoot out of my hands onto the ground, and she will tentatively walk into the room and go up to sniff the obelisk.
Okay, so she goes into the room, and she looks around the room, and you can see that as she moves around looking through her vision, there is nothing in particular that gives you a aggressive or angry or evil vibe. Everything just feels warm and natural. There's even a few times where through her eyes you have to kind of spur her on because she just wants to relax and sprawl out on the soft grass. But eventually,
So,
yeah,
Maggie is a fey creature. So, through her eye, or I want to communicate with her about her like instinct about this kind of thing, because I know the Feywild isn't like Desmond doesn't know this, but I know that the Feywild isn't like, the greatest place on Earth. It's not like fucking Disney World or anything like that, but it's also like not the Underdark.
Yeah.
So, if she feels comfortable, then I would feel comfortable.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would say that she definitely does feel comfortable. Like I said, she wants to sprawl out and relax. Like, she definitely enjoys this place. It's not home for her because, this has more of a tie to the elemental plane of Earth than the Feywild. But still, natural land and grass and trees. She enjoys it.
And does the obelisk give off any vibe at all, good or bad or whatever?
I mean, not as far as she can tell, one way or the other. She's not immediately, turned off to it or scared by it. But, doesn't seem evil or terrible.
Yeah. I will let my vision come back to my own head and let her kind of sprawl out and enjoy the warmth. And then I'm going to motion towards her and say, see how cute she is and how comfortable she is? There's got to be at least a decent place in there.
Cute, no, but comfortable, yes.
Okay.
I agree with cute. She looks very cute.
Look at her just... I'm fighting you, Ashima.
She is a thousands of year old... never mind.
And
Please.
is she not cute?
After you all.
Righty. So with that, all 7 of you move in, one after the other.
Yay!
Moving in, you begin to sprawl out on the grass. Keothi shuts the door behind all of you. Boop. Obviously, it's a little bit more resplendent than this. This was the best I could do with patches of dirt. But it is very, very, very resplendent, like I said, and full of life and greenery and natural smells. So, with that, Keothi shuts the door behind all of you. All of you sprawl out, and you prepare to take a rest. A long rest at that. So, before we know how that goes, that is where we're going to end tonight's session. So will it be a good long rest? Will it be a bad one? Tune in next week to find out. Also, what's beyond there? What was that thing in the room to the north? What were those vases and jars full of things? Well, just have to find out next week. So thank you so much for watching. Greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. And you know what? We're going to end today's stream with a raid, because that is what we like to do at the end of every stream as a way to just kind of give it back a little bit. Let's raid Critical Role with 13 viewers.
Yeah, you should announce that to them too.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh God. Okay. Let's see here. What are we doing? Is that okay? That. So please hang in here as we go through all these peeps here. Ooh, you know what? I am a fan of. Let's see here. Trying to see who to. Oh, let's see. Behold roleplay. I like their overlay is very gray, or not very gray. It's very green, which we're doing a lot of greenery here. Well, that's pretty cool. Oh, I like their little character art. It's so cute. Okay, alrighty. Here we go. Behold roleplay. Into the Wildlands. All right, let's hope that I can raid them, because I tried to do that the other day and it didn't work. Behold roleplay. Yes, we can. Alrighty, cool. Let's raid them. So we're going to start the raid, and then I will transfer all of you over in a second. I just want to say one big thank you for tuning in. I know the episode went a little over today. I'm happy that all of you hung in there, because I'm super thankful. Also, thanks to all the new people who joined. That's awesome that happened.
Yep.
So cool indeed. So thank you so much. And I hope that you have a great rest of your day. So let's raid these people and see what
Let's
happens.
play raid.
Everybody.
Yes, cut off the advertisement. Bye.
Wait.